ESPN presents a national championship conducted by the United States Golf Association. Welcome to the 94th U.S. Open Golf Championship playoff round. Some wonderful sports history has been authored in this city. 1960, Bill Mazeroski hit that legendary home run. Then, of course, in the 70s, Mean Joe Green, Jack Lambert, the Steel Curtain. Oh, and there was Mario Lemieux and the Penguins dashing across the rinks of the Stanley Cup. Jack Nicklaus winning his first tournament ever as a professional, right here at the Oakmont Country Club. And now today, another chapter in this area's brilliant sports history will be written. The last three-way playoff in U.S. Open history was back in 1963 when Julius Boros defeated Jackie Cupid and Arnold Palmer at the Country Club in Brookline. And today, a three-way playoff featuring from Scotland, Colin Montgomerie. He could become the first Scot to capture the U.S. Open since Tommy Armour right here back in 1927. And then the brilliant young South African, powerful Ernie Els, who let it slip away late yesterday, back with another chance. And representing the United States, now living in Memphis, Tennessee, a first-time winner, a survivor on the PGA Tour, it'll be Loren Roberts. So the stage is set. This is not sudden death. There won't be one lucky bounce here. They'll be tested on one of the greatest courses in the world, the Oakmont Country Club. And they'll start with the tough par 4 first hole right away. They'll go 18, and if there is still a deadlock, they'll return to the 10th, and then it'll become sudden death. But the complete examination for this title. And now the three are being introduced out on the first tee.
Special observers are Jim Malone, President.
And you can imagine the thoughts that are going through each mind right now. Young Els almost let it slip completely away on the first tee. There's Montgomerie of the three. He was really the steadiest coming home yesterday in the fourth round. Birdied 17, nice par putt at 18, jovial mood afterwards. He trailed by 2 late in the day, and he finished up, and he just sat right here in the television tower and watched what happened. Loren Roberts, with an opportunity on the 18th, wound up with a bogey, but remember that brilliant 64. At one time, he was 6 over, and then he reached 6 under, settling in at 5 under. And then there's young Els. Didn't know where he stood on the 18th. Made a mental blunder, monumental proportion. Took out the driver, whipped it over to the left, and bogeyed the final hole.
And Ernie Els of Johannesburg, South Africa.
As you can see with honors, it's Montgomerie.
Mr. Montgomerie has the honor. Play away, please.
Bob Rosberg and Mark Rolfing are out on the course right now as we prepare to begin. So the 18-hole stroke play competition underway, and Monty is off perfectly.
No layup there, Brent.
Ernie Els. You're the man, Ernie.
Yesterday, Els hit his tee shot far to the left. There was a controversial ruling, got a favorable drop, and he still bogeyed the first hole.
this is the all-time hook here.
Watch the cable, watch the cable, watch the cable.
I believe that's even
Left.
further left.
It's hard to
than it was
believe.
yesterday. This time, maybe, they will back up the tractor with the camera high on the platform. Welcome, everybody, and good afternoon with my colleague and good friend, Peter Allis. I'm Brent Musburger. Nice to have you with us. Peter, you really have an interesting global approach to this 18-hole playoff that I think you should share with our audience.
Well, you know, many things have been happening in the world generally over the last 2 or 3 years. We've lived through some momentous times, and I think if you're looking at it romantically and how much good it might do, I think if Ernie Els were to win this championship and take the trophy, this wonderful trophy, back to South Africa, it could open all sorts of doors that have been closed for so many years. So that's perhaps the romantic outlook. Then, of course, you've got Colin Montgomerie, the first Scots-born man to win the championship, if he does, since Tommy Armour, another nice name, wonderful name in the world of golf. And then you've got Lauren Roberts, who's the sort of Rocky of the tour, one of the many Rockies out here. He's 39 in a day or two's time. He's been battling away. He's come good over the last few years and has professionally done very well. He's making a very good living. Now, I think he's got, for me, the best looking swing, the tightest looking, most professional looking swing. Els is huge and ponderous, and he's the broadsword. You can imagine him sort of championing some cause 400 years ago. And Monty is, he still has a wonderfully sort of amateurish look about him. He's a huge man, and he sort of tilts and sways and lots of movement and so on. So just to observe the different styles and what it might mean to them all if they were to win today, I think the whole thing's fascinating.
Hey, let's go out to the first hole, Bob Rosberg. Rossi?
Thanks, Brent. There's a couple of things to think about today. Number one, the players are playing 4 hours earlier than they did yesterday. That means the greens should be a little softer. The other thing, nobody's played ahead of them. Their greens will be absolutely perfect. The wind is coming from a different direction today. It'll be in the player's face at 18 rather than behind them. But in talking with the USGA, they think these pin placements that were made by Judy Bell are maybe the toughest of the whole week and maybe the toughest ever. Now let's go to Mark Rolfing.
All right, Rossi, the mood amongst the three players on the practice range and the putting green is exactly what you expect before a U.S. Open playoff. Very little interaction between the players. They were all business. Now, you do have to remember they're from three completely different parts of the world. I think the one thing they have to be careful of is playing too much against each other. Ernie Els, in fact, was quoted this morning as saying he thought it was almost match play. I don't agree at all. I think you still have to play the golf course. Brent?
Thank you, Mark. And Els has got to solve his problem here off the tee, Peter, or it's going to be a quick sayonara for the young man.
Hello, it's deja vu again. Dr. Trey, he's at it again. He's a devil for punishment.
Well, Dr. Trey Holland made the ruling yesterday and later admitted that it was incorrect, that he should have checked prior to giving young Els the favorable drop, allowing him to reach the green, but he still three-putted down there. Rossi, I'm sure that they have told him that they can move that tractor.
I hope so. Els caught a good lie. He's almost in the 9th fairway. But he has a pretty good lie. I think he can get it over the trees easily. It'll be a completely blind shot, of course.
Rossi, there we can see the audience now. I don't want to leave them in the dark, if by any means they didn't see what happened yesterday. Now, that is movable. There, that tractor, there is a driver on it. In fact, that camera later goes over and covers the 9th fairway. And Els almost hooked it over into that area. We saw Freddie Couples, for example, yesterday get wild a little bit later, and he birdied a hole from another fairway. So I guess the situation here is if you're going to be wild, be real wild at Oakmont.
It's kind of interesting, Brent, is that's the 5th straight tee shot going back to the 14th hole yesterday that Els has hit to the left.
Now look, we see that the platform, this is so interesting to see that here, in a very similar situation, this is what should have been done yesterday. Lower the platform, back the tractor up with the camera. That's how the tournament was set up.
Is the tractor actually in his way, Bob, or is he going left?
Yes, it is in his line. He might go a little to the left of it, but I would think that lowering it like this would take care of the whole situation. He's sure not going to play a low shot. He's going to take himself an 8 or 9 iron. Has 185 yards to the hole. but he wants to carry it about 145 and let it run down the hill. So he's just going to hit an 8 or 9 iron, be sure he gets it over the tree and let it run on down to the flag. Got a big break, actually. Just cleared the hazard over there, and that hazard is murder, as you saw yesterday when he drove in it at 9. This shot's going to the right, quite a bit right.
That's going to be a terrible place there, Rossi. It's short right of the front green side bunker. He's going to have very little green. It's in the rough. Doesn't look like a very good lie.
Well, this is the sort of start you wouldn't want to wish on anybody, because he might chip and putt and get a 4, but that's not good. Now, Roberts' second shot.
Loren Roberts has 170 yards. Absolutely perfect off the tee.
Oh, stay right. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Oakmont.
Greens are just as fast as ever, although I think they will be a little softer. Montgomery from 155 yards after a big drive.
I just had a little chuckle with him down here while we were waiting for Ernie Els, Rossi. I think Monty really is the loosest of the 3 players. Says he's really going to enjoy himself today. It's the U.S. Open.
Short shot. Deal.
Go on, then. Unlucky. Bit unlucky there.
Bike run.
Back at the first hole, Loren Roberts.
Well, if you're going to miss this first green, you should miss it in exactly the spot that Loren Roberts did. Had a pretty easy chip, left it below the hole. Conversely, Ernie Els is in a horrible position. His ball's sitting so far down in the rough, we could barely find it. I've got to think at this point, he's just thinking if he could make a 5 here, it'd be a real good score. Really surprised he tried to hit a shot like that. It's not a shot that you could win the U.S. Open on, but if he makes 6 or 7 here, he'll have a long way to come back.
Well, as we think back to yesterday, this could have occurred then had he not gotten that ruling. And we're going to, for those of you who are not familiar with what happened, as soon as we finish here, we're going to bring in Frank Hannigan and review the very fortunate break that Els received yesterday. Very nicely done. Hold on now.
Colin Montgomery now has a birdie putt of about 22 feet. There definitely has been some water on these greens because his ball landed only 4 or 5 feet short of the green and stopped right on a dime. Normally that ball earlier in the week would have trickled on down to the hole, maybe even past it. This putt is extremely quick, slightly down the hill, going to break to his left. One thing that's become evident already in my mind, Brent and Peter, is that it's going to be a very long day out here. I really expect the pace of play to be quite slow.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody suggesting that 3 men were going to play in 4 hours here.
Ernie Els now with about 7 feet. Actually sort of a slowish putt if you have such a thing at Oakmont. It's uphill. May fall just a little to his right.
What a good putt. It's quite an escape.
Same score as yesterday.
Yeah. Never on the course.
Now that really changes the view of things for a player like Colin Montgomerie. He hit a perfect drive, good second that checked up on the front part of the green, and were he to miss this, he'd make the same score as Ernie. It's only about 3.5 feet. Not an easy putt, though.
Those are the sort of thoughts that sort of wash in and out of your brain, and of course if you were to miss it, it annoy you. You know, this is where you've got to battle with yourself and your own thoughts. Just concentrate on knocking this in. Yep, nice putt.
Lauren Roberts has putted magnificently all week long. Sort of scratched it around the front side yesterday, missed 4 out of the first 7 greens, got it up and down in all 4.
Had difficulty on the 18th and admitted to the media afterwards that he could not bring the putter back correctly. He said, I choked a little bit on that final putt on 18, but not here on the first one. 2 4s and a 5. This is stroke play, remember. Full 18 holes right now. Montgomerie and Roberts and Els. So we want to go back on the Els situation yesterday. We're going to show you what happened. We're going to bring in Frank Hannigan here with the video, and he's going to explain it just so everyone understands. Frank?
Well, Brent, it begins with a component of modern big-time golf. It's necessary to bring in all kinds of temporary equipment. Things like grandstands, food concession stands, television equipment. Now, when Els hits a big wild hook on the first tee yesterday, it develops that between his ball and the hole is one of those pieces of temporary equipment. To wit, one of our television camera sites mounted on a forklift truck. Now, the whole issue is whether or not the thing is movable or immovable. If it was immovable, the correct drop was made. Dr. Trey Holland, chairman of the USGA Rules of Golf Committee, thought, I don't know why, that it was immovable. So he dropped the ball, had Els drop the ball from the heavy rough on his left over into that trodden down spectator area, where Els had a relatively straightforward second shot, knocked it on the green, did 3-putt for 5. Now, however, if he had made the correct ruling, the tower, the platform, would have been moved to its left. There was a driver sitting back there for just that very purpose, and they would have gone around as scheduled. I really wonder about, in this day and age, the use of volunteers in these positions. Now, the USGA is predicated on volunteerism, and its executive committee are people who are very generous with their time and efforts. But I wonder if this big-time modern golf scene hasn't gotten so complex that they ought not to micromanage these situations with people who do not do it for a living. I mean, you wouldn't ask the USGA staff to go into one of their offices and do litigation or put out an initial public offering in an investment banking situation. But that's where I come down on it.
Frank, thank you very much. I think that that clarifies it. And we move to the second tee. And again, remember, stroke play. Montgomerie with a par on the first hole along with Roberts. Els finds himself 1 back after the first, and now it is Montgomerie here at the second.
Short par 4, playing directly downwind today. Oh, it just did get out of that rough. That could be a big break there.
342 yards, and you can see the bunkers on the right, trees left and right, fairly open down the left-hand side, and these humps and bumps there sort of look like old burial grounds on the left-hand side, and then the big bunker on the left and a little necklace of bunkers up the right-hand side. Good drive and a pitch hole. The flag today tucked away, 19 paces on the green and only 6 in from the left. Lauren Roberts. That's a nervous tee shot.
Peter, we've talked about it, you know, just when we've been discussing the tournament, and the short holes have been giving these players fits. The second hole, the 11th hole, the 14th hole, 17th hole, they can't seem to get the irons into the fairway.
And this looks a pretty generous fairway as far as width is concerned, Bob.
It's very wide, and I don't think they're hitting any more than a 4-iron because they want to take those bunkers out of play.
Pennsylvania Turnpike just behind the fellows in that fence.
A deep divot there. He just follows Montgomery's line, and both of them sitting up pretty well.
0 for 3, Peter, with irons hitting the fairway.
Well, you know, it's interesting that not only did Els receive what turned out to be an incorrect break on the first hole, later he received one on the 17th. But this turned out to be the correct ruling, didn't it, Frank?
It sure did, Brett. Again, I refer to those things called temporary obstructions. In this case, a grandstand. Els hits another big ball hard left, and it goes way up, and it ends up behind a spectator grandstand. Now, the USGA in advance had put in a drop area short right of that grandstand and said that anybody who was interfered with it would get the drop on that grandstand. It's a very favorable situation, and it all comes about because when you have these things, the old geometry of golf that says you play the ball as it lies and you can't move it forward just goes out the window. They just don't reconcile these principles. So he got the correct ruling, a very easy situation. And he's going to pitch on the green and make a par 4.
It is amazing when you consider what was happening to him off the tee and the fact that he didn't look at the scoreboard before teeing off at 18 and now says he would have used an iron if he realized that he was one ahead. But here is Ernie Els in an 18-hole playoff. He's only 1 stroke back right now. It's truly amazing. He's had a lot of life here, and if he can steady himself, he's a powerful young golfer. A lot of history has occurred on this green too, Peter.
Yes, way back in '78, Tom Watson, John Mahaffey were here, and Mahaffey had this putt to win the PGA sudden death playoff. Jerry Plate was in it as well, our colleague here who works so jovially with us, and that trundled it in. The whole green was erupted. Everybody rushed on the green, hugging and kissing. It's no sin if you don't enjoy it. And there they were all bundling around, having a great old time. But this is a lightning fast green, and the flag today stuck up in the top left-hand corner. Roberts is coming over. You see him, he's off the fairway on the right. The crowd appear to be in the way. He's going to go right over their heads, I guess.
He's going to go out to the right, Peter. He's not going to fool with the green at all. I don't think he can get it to the green, number one, and I don't think he'd want to try because I don't think it would stay on the green if he hit the little narrow opening. I think he's going to try and put it just short of the green down to the right, so he'll be pitching up the hill. He has about 145 yards. And that is just about as good as you can do.
Rossi,
About
I'm
6
standing
inches.
up. I'm standing up here at the green, Rossi, and we heard Peter say that the hole is located 19 paces onto the green. That's 19 from the front right edge. If you look at it from behind the green, it's only 6 or 7 paces beyond that bunker. Tremendously difficult hole location. I don't think there's any way to get the ball close, even for Ernie Els or Colin Montgomery.
Not from out of the rough, Mark. Els has 125 to the hole out of the light rough.
Come on. This needs to get down. Oh, and that is in the bush.
What a start.
He might well have to replay that shot from the original spot where he's standing right now.
He carried that way to the back of the green. A big misjudgment there, Mark.
It really was. And, you know, the bush is a good, I would say, 15 or 20 yards past hole high.
Well, you can see there the leaves are moving, and Bob was telling us that the wind is directly behind. So, well, this is where perhaps a young mind has got to grow as far as golf is concerned, just to know when to attack, when to defend. Montgomery, great chance here for Montgomery.
We are told that that bush right there that the camera is moving in on, behind that flagstick as you look at it, that's the bush that Els hit.
I think the smart shot here from Montgomery is to put it out to the middle of the green. Well, he didn't hit it hard enough. It's going to be short.
Sat down very quickly again, left him a long putt.
Continuation of yesterday.
Yeah.
The Open that no one wants to win. There's a comparison. Number of greens, and you can see that Els was lethal most of the time. And no one has hit a green yet here today in the 18-hole playoff. So Peter, it has to be nerves and pressure, and you're playing for a championship, and you're out there. And,
yeah, in golfing terms, Montgomery is the most experienced because he's been around certainly a few more years than Ernie Els. Roberts is the oldest competitor, but Montgomery has experienced Ryder Cups, and over the last couple of 3 or 4 matches that have been played, the pressure has been tremendous. So you have to say he's the most experience as far as this sort of situation is concerned, and it's very hard to get into the game immediately. Very few people have. Jack Nicklaus was a great exception as someone who came in as a young man and seemed to have an old head very early on.
Frank Hannigan, come in here now and clarify this for Els.
Well, the first thing we need to determine, or he needs to determine, is whether or not the ball is playable. If it's not playable, that's an unplayable lie. It's going to cost him a stroke, and then the question becomes, where is he going to play his 3rd stroke from? The unplayable lie gives him 3 options, one of which is to drop within 2 club lengths of where the ball is.
Well, the first thing is this ball is not playable. There's no question about that.
Can he get a drop?
Roberts is actually away. I'm not sure whether he's going to play or not. I think he is.
Well, there's no question here that bush is not movable. Roberts.
Spin on it.
It's all a bit of a struggle. Early days though yet, I suppose.
Very untidy, isn't that how you refer to
All
this?
untidy. Down in the forest, something stirred.
The big question for Ernie Els is going to be whether or not he can get his 2 club lengths from where the ball is laying in the bush and get to the right of the bush. If he can get out of the bush, that would be the ideal place to drop it. If not, if he has to go backwards and keep that point between himself and the hole, he'll have to go back up onto the 3rd tee and play it over the bush down onto the green.
Well, obviously it's Montgomery to play first. Els is the nearest to the pin, although he's unplayable.
Montgomery has no bargain with this. He cannot putt it. He'd have to putt it up through the heavy fringe. So he's going to have to pitch it.
I tell you, Rossi, I am loving this. This is unbelievable what we're watching out here. These 3 fellows should join me for a round.
I'd bet on them.
You'd have a good bet.
Oh, he left it in the rough.
I don't remember Patty Sheehan and Julie Inkster having this kind of trouble in their playoff here.
What time's it get dark around here? It's pretty dark in there.
Yeah, in fact, you can come to your left just a little bit.
That really is unplayable.
Keep it. Come down there. Give him room, please. Back up, please. He needs room.
Either yeah.
You can drop the ball. Like yourself there for that,
Ernie is now walking back to the third tee. This is the place where you would have to drop it if you were invoking his option to keep the ball between himself and the hole.
Frank Hannigan.
Well, he's exploring these three options, none of which are very pleasant. Everyone's going to involve a one-stroke penalty. And he's explored both options, one or two. The third option is to go back and play from the original place, stroke and distance. He certainly doesn't want to do that.
The good thing with this option, Frank, is that he can drop it on the tee, so he'll have a clean lie. It'll be like, won't have to play it out of the rough.
So that's the one he's elected. Now, Mark correct, and now he's going to drop. There you go. He now lies 3.
Okay.
You're very fortunate to have a tee directly behind the bush. Just imagine if there was a whole sea of bushes behind there, he would have had no option other than to go back play from the fairway. So although he's struggling, this is a bit of a break for Els. If he could get down in 2, it'd be a very shaky start. I doubt whether either of the other two are going to get 4s.
If he gets this one down in 2, Peter, he is a magician.
Cold clock, is it, if he gets down in 2?
I think his ball will end up against the fringe, against the bunker.
I'll do it for Rossi, Peter. He has no chance.
Go on, hold it. Go on. Oh. Hit the pin. That wasn't a bad effort.
This one could go off the front of the green.
You were right, Brent. He had no chance.
But is he back where Colin Montgomery was moments ago, Bob?
No, he actually isn't. He's a little different angle. I think he'll be able to putt this ball. I don't think he has to go up through the fringe, although he's going to have to go through the light fringe, I think, the more I look at it.
I'm really surprised he didn't go back and consider hitting the shot from where he played the second shot. I really think he probably could have gotten that one closer even than back up on that third tee.
Well, he's now played 4.
I'm also surprised he's going to chip this ball with a fairly lofted club.
He's got to gather his thoughts here, doesn't he, Mark? He's struggled from the end of yesterday right through now.
Well, it's clear that the scores are going to be quite high today. The golf course is playing very difficult. It's going to be a long day, and even though you get 2 or 3, 4 over par, still a very good chance to win.
You know, the only hole that he has parred, when you go back, he bogeyed 16 yesterday. He bogeyed 18. His only par came as the result of that drop he got at the corner of the grandstand there on 17. He's already bogeyed the first hole here, headed for worse on the second. This is quite remarkable. This is just unbelievable what we're watching out here. Anybody who had Ernie Els, for example, in a Calcutta or a pool is hardly worth $150 right now.
Now is to test. They're inexperienced at this level. They've never been in this situation before, and one of them is going to have to steady themselves and just get back on track, and the sooner they do it, the better. Because you can suddenly become embarrassed, and the old heart rate goes up, and you start sweating even more than usual, and the whole thing can disintegrate.
Meanwhile, Lauren Roberts, lest we forget, has a par opportunity.
If this goes in, that would be a huge morale booster. I think a 5 is going to collect a point or two off, certainly at Els. Good strike. A 5 for Roberts.
Oh, by the way, Peter Alliss, we want to show you the latest piece of equipment made in Australia and shipped here.
Oh, look at this. This is on the 18th. They're up and down, just making sure that the greens are smooth and quick. They have been slowing down quite considerably over the last few days, and they might just put a light dusting of concrete or linoleum over the top just to make them truly fast. I don't know why they mess about and don't do the job properly.
Now back to Montgomery.
How about this one? No. It's a 6. A little tiddly hole by their standards, only 342 yards, and you walk off with a 6. Iron from the tee, and boy, oh boy. Lauren stepped in, they threw a 5 at them, and they all quaked. Must be some 5 if this goes in. 6, I mean.
So Els is 4 over after 2 holes. Only took him 18 strokes amongst them there on the second hole, and Roberts bogey picks up a shot and puts him into the lead. I don't blame you, Ernie.
Yeah, she's a feeling of embarrassment now as she goes through the crowd, which are quite vocal. Quite a lot of supporters here, and suddenly your eyes go down. You don't want to look anybody in the face. And you think, oh, I wish I could go home to Mum. Here's the third. The old pew. Now, if one of them nicks it in the left there up against one of those pews, has to come out sideways, that would just start the day off with a real zing. 421 yards. And the flag today is 16 on, 6 in from the right.
Might want to go to the church pews and have a prayer or two over there, Peter. 3 wood for Roberts.
Perfect shot here, right down the center. And this entire gallery on the 3rd hole could not see what was going on back at number 2. There's people up behind the 3rd green. They must have been wondering what in the world is happening down there.
They did not miss a thing of beauty.
Only took 40 minutes to play those 2 holes, Peter.
Yes, pretty good.
Just wait a minute, guys.
Pretty good crowd out here. It looks like they'll have somewhere between 8,000, which is pretty good for a playoff.
This one's headed toward the church pews. Oh, gets a good kick. It'll be in the deep rough, though.
Missed the fairway again with an iron. Big Ernie also with an iron.
He's discarding that driver, Peter. He's had enough of that for a little while.
We're through 2 holes. Lauren Roberts grew up in California, now lives in Memphis, Tennessee. Been a survivor. Won at Bay Hill this year. First win on the PGA Tour. One of those fellows they always said, oh, he's made a lot of money, but he's never won anything. But this year he's won, and now contending for a national championship.
Just over 170 yards. Wind coming out of the left. Flagstick cut on the extreme right-hand side of the green.
Before that, it was Colin Montgomery.
He had 185 yards. Didn't have much chance to get the ball to the green out of that lie.
Short, still in trouble.
Els hit a long, nice tee shot, didn't he?
155 to the hole.
Be nice if someone could put one on the green. That's what he's aiming at. That's the direction pole behind the green. A lot of blind shots here from Oakmont. Found the green.
Green in regulation.
Yep.
First green hit today. How about that? Our colleague Steve Melnick, who won an amateur championship here at Oakmont, talked about what makes this course so special.
What makes Oakmont so special as a venue for championship golf, quite frankly, are the greens. If you talk to the members, they'll say, well, they're challenging. If you talk to the players, almost to a man, they'll tell you they're diabolical. But surprisingly, these greens are maintained pretty much as you find them today throughout most of the year.
Our members normally play championship conditions. Stimp meter readings of 11 to 11.6 aren't uncommon. We normally mow twice a day during our normal season for our members to maintain those speeds. But for this event, we're trying to get the smoothness up. We've been sanding the greens more, and we've been double cutting in the morning, double cutting in the evenings. And we also apply a roller in the mornings to help smooth them out a little bit. We're hoping to maintain between 11 and 11.6 for the USGA for this event.
Here's a typical situation at Oakmont. Here's a putt of just over 20 feet. It's slightly downhill. You know it's fast. You hit it easy. And watch this. You think it's perfect speed. At the hole, it picks up speed and just rolls and rolls and rolls. If players can make those comeback putts for pars, they've got a chance to shoot a good score this week. But one bit of advice to the players, don't drink any caffeine.
Montgomery's third now on the par 4.
He'll get it on with his fourth, probably.
This is one of the cruel aspects of sport. Under the microscope, television cameras and inner thoughts and spectators watching and news hounds waiting to write their stories, and suddenly all the good years of hard work gone. Montgomery was leading first best putter in the whole of the field. Roberts third. Look where Els is 44th. It's a hard old game, sport. Things aren't going well for you.
Colin Montgomery now, Peter, is really in a position where he's looking at a 2-putt. I think it'd be all he can think of right now. It's an extremely tough putt to judge the speed because it's down below the green. This green is crowned in the front, so it's going to be very much uphill at first, and then once it gets about 20 feet short of the hole, it starts going downhill.
It's interesting. None of the three has ever won a playoff. Montgomery is 0 for 2, Els 0 for 1, and for Roberts, this is a first.
He must be favorite then.
Amazing how 7,000 people can be so quiet.
Yeah.
It won't be quiet if Roberts runs this one in, wherever he might be as he eyes what's left for him.
His second shot looked like it was going to stop maybe 15, 20 feet behind the hole, and it went a good 50 feet by. So rather than having a good attempt at birdie, again, he's probably going to be just trying to hang on and make par here. He is going to be able to putt the ball just on the apron.
Big time.
That's truly remarkable the way he worked his way around Oakmont in the second round with that 64. Made a serious run at Johnny Miller's standard here. Very patient player. He takes his time, gets himself loose. That was fine. Now we referred to the standards here at Oakmont. There's Loren Roberts. Put his name up there in lights, didn't he? John Cook also had an outstanding round here with that 65, as did Montgomery. Edwards coming back. Larry Nelson back at 83. Johnny Miller, 63. Now, Els, nothing would make him feel better than a birdie putt to drop. There it is.
That's better. That's a big move there.
Allowing himself eyebrows to come up just a touch there. Boy, nothing would relax that young man more than that. Oh, is that important for him right now. We could look back on this championship at that birdie, turning him completely around after coming off of the 7 at the second.
Colin Montgomery now looking at a putt that if he misses, he will have played the hole in twice as many strokes as Ernie Els. He's getting a little bit edgy at this point.
And suddenly Els is no longer in last place. Loren Roberts, the leader, through 3. They'll move over to the other side of the famed Church Pew bunkers.
Yes, the third comes down, and then the fourth goes back up. Par 5, 560 yards. Again, you've got to avoid that huge bunker on the left-hand side. The fairway just kinks around a little bit to the right, and it does it again up by the green. Nicely positioned bunkers there, short and right of the green. In fact, the green is very heavily bunkered indeed. And it's two well-placed and well-struck shots to find. Takes two to find this green. The flag today is 23 paces from the front and 6 in from the side. A pretty difficult pin placement. They're coming out from the shooter trees there. Roberts with the honour.
I had, whatever, 7?
Oh, Els, I should say, I beg your pardon. Early Els, take his time. The caddy's going to earn his pay today. Just try to keep him steady, get thinking smoothly again.
This hole played downwind yesterday. Els hit a drive and a 4-iron. That will not be the case today. There's not a whole lot of wind, but it is in the player's face. It'll take 2 good ones today.
Oh, come on.
Headed right toward the bunkers.
The struggle continues.
He corrected those lefts.
Yeah, it's lying in the middle of the sand, Bob. He gets certainly a long iron to it, but he's not finding the fairways at all.
Second? Yeah.
Now, of the 3, this would be the shortest hitter off the tee, and if he can just keep the ball in the fairway, you've been stressing that all the time, just go on about his business now, hit the greens in regulation, play as coolly and calmly as he has the last couple of days. He's going to be a tough customer to reckon with here. Length is not the problem, is it, Rossi, at Oakmont?
No, it really isn't.
Swing.
That's a beauty.
Now there's the fairways hit. You can see Els has been a little bit all over the place, and actually Montgomery has been the most accurate of the 3 except for today.
Anxious look too. It's a good break.
Got a good little break there, didn't he?
Yep.
Lauren Roberts with a 2-stroke advantage here in the 18th hole playoff. And Peter, let's take a closer look at Ernie Els.
Well, of course, Ernie's been plagued with the hooks over the last 5 or 6 holes he's played. So it was odds on he was going to try desperately not to go left because there was a lot of trouble up the left-hand side. Everything looks pretty normal. As I say, he's a very big man, huge shoulder turn, big leg action, comes down. Now his hips start to open a bit early. See the hips going away, the belly button going more and more towards the hole. Blade of the club comes in a little open. He continues on and he's slipped right. He always got a long follow through, but just a little bit too much that time. I fancy he hit that right out of the middle of the club face, but he just got ahead of it and pushed it.
Roberts second.
Laying up with an iron.
Hang in there.
Stay left.
Should be okay.
Okay, he had
That's
280
enough,
to the front edge, so no chance to get it on.
Let's see where the flag position is here today.
Colin Montgomery's ball is sort of sitting down in this first cut of rough. It's going to come flying out of here.
Big shot. He's a very good man with a driver off the fairway. I don't know whether he took a driver or 2 or 3 wood there, but that's a big hit.
I think it was a fairway wood. It was actually a perfect lie for that kind of shot because it was sitting down, had some overspin.
Els.
His lie is not quite as good as we thought at first. Sort of sitting down in a little bit of a rake furrow. I would think probably 6-iron at the most here for him.
Well, looks like he took a very lofted club, Mark.
Get it going. Get it going.
Well, the crowd, a big crowd on on this Monday morning. Haven't had much to cheer about so far.
They really sort of don't know what to make of it, Peter.
I think they're a bit embarrassed. I think you know they come to see some wonderful play, and they think we'll go and see this will be great golf. And so far it's been apart from Ells's birdie on the last hole, it's been very tacky, very poor ball striking indeed. Roberts 1 over after 3 holes, and he's got a 2-stroke lead, which is not what we thought would happen at all.
Not only is the crowd, I think, a little embarrassed, I also think they're a little bit nervous. Particularly Colin Montgomery has been quite edgy the last hole. He's talked a couple of times to officials about people moving and things like that, and I think the gallery is now sensing some nervousness themselves.
Yeah. I must say I'm surprised at the clothes that Montgomery's wearing today. He's got a sort of plaid, a sort of modern Scottish sort of plaid shirt on, dark colours. Perhaps Gary Player slipped in and put a message on his locker door: wear black, keep the heat in, wear dark colours. But doesn't seem to be working too well. I think the temperature underneath that shirt must be very high today. It's hot, it's very sticky, and it's the first time he's worn these dark heat holding colours. Extraordinary. But as he trudges along, his mind must be racing now. He's a very articulate man, and he's very honest. He'll come in and tell you he played rubbish if he continues to play that way.
And here's Els.
Els has 155 yards to the hole. Very difficult flag placement again over the bunker, coming out of the rough. Even though it's into the wind a little, it's going to have difficulty stopping this ball. Five would not be a bad score here. I wouldn't think he'd take a big chance with this shot.
Good shot. Very well played from there.
He's hit the last 2 greens in regulation, hasn't he?
Yep.
Yesterday, late, that's when he started experiencing trouble off the tee like this at 17, Peter.
Well, he's going up the left-hand side. He's trying to rip one right at the green, and this was one of several drives that he sort of pulled round to the left-hand side. As I say, he hits at the ball. Although it's a slow swing, it's very powerful, and he generates a tremendous amount of power. That was just sort of shouldered round almost. The wrists are very firm as they come into the hitting area. And you must remember, when you're hitting balls at this pace, it's only a little infinitesimal bit off line, and it goes right or left.
Second for Roberts.
That was from 90 yards. That's his third, actually, Brent.
All right.
Third shot from Lauren Roberts, and a nice one too. Might have stopped a little bit quicker with a bit of good fortune, but he's certainly the steadiest of the 3. But Montgomery's up relatively close to the front of the green. A long chip and run, or a pitch, whichever way he sees the shot.
I think he probably is going to have to pitch it. He's got a good 20 yards almost to the putting surface. The hole is all the way in the back, though, and this green, of course, runs away from you like so many do here at Oakmont. I think it's going to be very important for Colin Montgomery to make a 4 at this point, because he has hit 2 good shots.
Yeah, he wants something to happen, doesn't he? I mean, he desperately needs some little boost to his confidence.
I'm not sure at all.
Run with a sort of 7 or 8 iron, trying to keep it That's 3 shots, at least, he's played from the edge of the green that he's either mishit, misjudged, or most strange. You were saying, Mark, that it's very quick up there, but this is very fumbling golf.
Look at our hustling Mark Rolfe.
Yeah,
Does he put a move on?
He's
when he
some
wants to
mover.
go? You bet.
Just trying to get out of Colin Montgomery's line right now.
Don't upset him, for goodness sake.
I was really surprised at that third shot, Peter. He had a fairly lofted club, it looked to me like, and you know, if you're going to bump the ball on that long a shot, you would think it would have been a 6 or 7 iron.
This is a par 5. Montgomery's played 3.
He's really not even in a position now where he can be aggressive on this birdie putt because it comes up and over the hill. So it's not real fast at first, but when it gets up onto this sort of second level of the green, it picks up speed.
A little over an hour now, and we haven't completed 4 holes yet.
Good distance. The best he can do is a par 5.
Wells trying to put together birdies.
Well, this might be the day when he starts holding some putts. He's holed very few compared to Montgomery over the previous 4 days.
Really been quite interesting, Peter and Brent, watching the interplay between the 3 players. Of course, with the turn of events that occurred at number 2, everybody got a little bit discombobulated. But right now, Colin Montgomery is all the way over on the 5th tee, back at the water fountain. He's not even watching what's going on with the other 2 players.
Yeah, Mark, and I want to follow up on that point because I think the pace of play here really favors Loren Roberts. He's a very deliberate player, and it's not going to bother him as much right now as it does at Montgomery. He just goes along patiently about his business. That's how he plays. You can see Monty, he's already up there. He wants to go get it. Give me the ball, let's put it down, let's get after it. What are we waiting for? It's too slow out here, it's too hot. Definitely working against him mentally right now.
A good example of that, Brent, is that Monty walked all the way up to where his ball had finished after his second shot, so he was a good 200, 250 yards ahead of the other players on the hole. He, of course, then had to wait for them to catch up to him before he played his third. Loren Roberts, I believe, would probably have stayed back with the other 2 and kept his pace. This putt is down the hill, a little quickish. Might fall just to his right.
That's all right. Just going on about his business. These are the testers, Peter. I thought Fanny was back.
Fanny Sunesson, she and Faldo will be in some quiet corner practicing away.
David Ledbetter will be close by.
Oh.
Got to get it back together for Turnberry, Peter.
par. A birdie and a par after starting triple bogey.
Lauren Roberts, the leader by 2 through 4 holes, stroke play, 18-hole playoff. They tied yesterday after 4 rounds at 5 under par.
Here we go down the 5th. 378 yards. Again, hole under 400 yards. Bunkers everywhere, as you can see. And how the fairway nips in there. I think, well, many of the players have been taking some shorter club, playing for position. And just look at this green, absolutely ringed with bunkers. And as usual, the magnificent surface of these greens, they really are terrific. A little bit of water put on them last night. Pin today, you can see, tucked away up in the corner. You wouldn't say that was an easy place. Right in that, 31 paces from the front and 6 in from the left.
There you can see the scores were recorded here. What will we say, those flag positions, some of them diabolical today, Peter? Huh? Judy says, let's test the boys today, huh?
Yeah, well.
Judy Bell is the chairman of the championship committee. And
that was a better strike.
Ball playing downwind today. It'll be very difficult to hold that ball back there where that flag is, though. Judy taking care of the boys. I hope they don't let a fella set the pins for the women at Indianwood, because it may be murder.
that would be fair, wouldn't it, Rossi?
Lauren Roberts has got a 4-wood down here on the tee, so he's obviously going to try and get it as far down the fairway as he safely can. Certainly not a driver hole.
Get in. Get down.
It's headed left.
Get in the bunker.
That did not get in the bunker. It got in the tall grass, and that's a layup from there. Forget shooting at the green.
Well, I don't know. We may be seeing the. What do we know? But I mean, the fact is that Els looks to be, after that dreadful start, just at this moment, beginning to emerge as the calmer player. One thing Montgomery's got to battle is himself and his own internal combustion. Side by side, very friendly.
Well, here at Oakmont, outside of Pittsburgh, this is the 5th hole of the 18-hole playoff. Stroke play, first time the 3 men have competed. U.S. Open history since '63. That one was back at Brookline, Mass. Lauren Roberts, Memphis, Tennessee.
Roberts has 125 yards to the front edge, about 150 back to the flag, but he's not going to shoot at it, I don't think. I think he's just going to try and lay it up. Although he's looking down there. I don't know about this one. Boy, it is sitting down. It's horrible lie. Bunch of junk in front of the green.
I'm down here standing in that junk, Rossi, and it really is a dangerous play by Lauren Roberts at this point. There actually is a yellow lined hazard right in front of the green on his line.
More left.
See how he tried to hit at that, and in an effort to generate power, he never got onto his left foot. He's hit it back on his right foot, club face turned, and just a pull hook and the club wrapped up in the grass, and he's left himself a horrid place now.
Little daylight for Ernie Els, and if Montgomery can gather himself, getting a touch testy out there. And of course, letting some distractions bother him.
They need to start getting some pars now. I don't think some of these flags, the way they're positioned today, it makes any sense to try and go directly at the flag. Ernie wants to, I would think, aim. You see the bunker to the right of the pin. He wants to be aiming sort of in the middle, along the middle of that. And if it stops and goes towards the hole, good luck.
It's 140 downwind.
And he went right at it. You saw the big hop, and quite lucky, you might say, just to stop where it did.
Another sucker pin here, like
Yeah.
you said, Peter.
Absolutely.
Anything up to the right would funnel right down to the hole. Montgomery has 135 to the hole.
Same thing as Els, pretty well exactly the same result. Not all that far from the hole. You saw neither of them hitting the green. Nobody hit the green again.
Amazing. Let's go back and take a look at Roberts here.
Yeah, well, he's in deep rough. I said before, when you're in this situation, and he's not a huge man, he's trying to power it out of the very wet, damp, quite a bit of dew overnight, and this grass is very tangly. Now, when you try and hit it too hard, you see he's trying to get it forward and up. He's back on his right leg. The club turns in the grass. See his shoulder coming round. He's pulled it away, almost like a sort of forehand at tennis. His right shoulder's driven it round, and the ball went high, and he hoiked it way left of the green. I think he was a bit ambitious there. He might have done better trying to aim it out to the right and punch it up in front of the green. And Montgomery, he's again is a big man, and rather willowy swing, rather wristy. Full swing, big swing, long follow through. Just a short iron here, a pitching, but his head stays very still. He's up beyond the horizontal, right on line, knees nicely bent, comes down in, drills down into the turf, big bowed sort of follow through, directly facing the hole. That was a good shot, just a touch too hard, but a good shot. Now how's Roberts lying?
He's actually got a pretty good lie. It's the grass is fairly tall, but it's not as thick as some of the rough out here. The good thing about the shot is it's an uphill shot. He's going to be able to get the club under the ball well and loft it high into the air, I think. That would be the only way he could stop it.
If he played the shot of the century, I suppose he might land it straight in the hole. We saw Mark Calcavecchia when he won, when he was playing one of our Open Champions. I think indeed he might have won it. He was in a hopeless position, and the ball just popped up and went straight in the hole. We see so many extraordinary shots over the years, but this will be something special to get this near.
Oh, no!
It's all falling apart. Still faced with a difficult one, Mark, isn't he?
This one may be tougher than the one he just had, because now he's got a downhill lie instead of an uphill lie.
Again.
Just trying to play the perfect shot. You see, he's got the club face way open. He just tries to
Oh,
go.
no!
That was it. Trying to be too exact, and that's what happens when, and if that were to come off, you think, oh, what a brilliant shot, but picking the most difficult shots all the time. Fourth shot.
Get it up there! Get it up there!
Sorry, I didn't see him. Get behind the gate.
He pulled it right down.
Montgomery next on this extraordinary playoff day.
Both he and Ernie Els are only about 20 feet from the hole, but neither one is going to be able to putt the ball. His first cut of rough back here, a little bit tangly. Looks like a fairly straightforward, simple chip shot, but it's definitely one that could get away from him.
Well, Montgomery's played several shots from off the green so far, although this is only the fifth hole they've played, and he hasn't played a good one yet, or anywhere near a good one. Well, it might have been a tricky shot, but it wasn't, in all truth, a very good shot.
Looked just a little bit fidgety to me.
Yeah, a little short and stabby, and no rhythm to the shot.
I think you'll see Ernie Els try and play a different kind of a shot. He was taking a practice stroke with this club, almost as if he was going to putt the ball. I don't think he'll belly it with the bottom of the club, but he'll use more of a putting stroke to chip it.
There is Loren Roberts' caddy, Dan Stojak. This is the 500th tournament for the veteran, nicknamed Dirty Dan. 13 years he carried with Scott Simpson. Now there's a man who knows how to work his way around a U.S. Open course. You bet. He was with Simpson back in those glory days at Olympic, and here he is trying to settle down his man. Now Els.
Well, he got it within 18 inches. Tricky little shot out of that funny, stubby rough.
Let's see, had a total of 15, 33% being accomplished by these three players who are competing for a United States Open Championship. Extraordinary, and remember, one of them was the par 5 in there that they were able to hit in 3 shots. Think of the 4s so far. Haven't we had only 1 green hit in regulation? Yeah. That by Els back on 3, isn't that what I remember?
Well, this is for a bogey for Loren Roberts.
This is the length putt that Loren Roberts is particularly good at. He's been making them all week long. 11, maybe 12 feet. Not a fast putt, it's uphill.
Could spend his entire lead here.
Six. Again, the problem basically caused by a tee shot that missed the fairway. I remember having a talk with Sam Snead a few years ago, and I said, you know, what, would you do it all over again, Sam? Yes, he said I would, but I'd only practice driving and shots 100, 110 yards from the green.
But I would follow up with that, Peter, that all three of you, my experts here, say that he made a mental mistake also when he climbed into that rough. He should have just pitched it back out in the other direction and gone on about his business, so it didn't, he complicated it.
Ooh, did just catch. That was a good putt though there. It might have spun out for 4 to Montgomery. Now this for Els 4.
Yeah, 2-shot swing. Ernie Els, birdie and a pair of pars, and suddenly he's the steadiest of the three, isn't he?
Yes, he's. After that dreadful start, 12 for the first 2 holes, he's gone birdie par. It really is very tacky. Now they've got a short hole coming up now, which gives them, I suppose, a little bit of a respite. 195 yards, 207 it's playing today. They've moved the flag around, and you can see wonderfully constructed bunkers, a variety of shapes, and the big backdrop of the trees behind the green. The flag 18 paces on, 6 in from the right-hand side as the players come down. This looks fairly open and honest, this one, but of course the greens have so many slopes on them that getting close is, well, you need a good shot and a touch of good luck. How they've destroyed this tee. Els first. See from this long camera shot how the high ground is on the right and the green slopes away to the left. We'd like another birdie. There's 2 birdies on this hole in the 4 rounds previous.
They'd like to tell the time that Bobby Jones played an amateur championship here and never hit the green, eh, Peter?
Yeah,
that's 8 cracks at it.
Hole playing downwind today. Ernie would like to carry the ball about 180 yards. It's either just a nice smooth 6 or maybe even a big 7.
It's online. Very much online.
Well, they've given him more lives than a cat, and suddenly he may be ready to pounce.
Well, I think his memory's coming back. Quick slurp.
It's 18, 6 right.
Good hole from Montgomery, cutting the ball into the slope of the hill of the green.
That's more like it.
Oh, yes. Lauren Roberts left the door ajar with that double bogey, and they're all storming it now.
Yes, it's Roberts needs a good shot. He needs to find the green, get within 20 feet or so. It's just, you know, just dropping 2 strokes on the last hole. He's had a double bogey here in his opening round. Remember, he was 6 over par at one time, halfway through his 2nd round. I mean, he's done remarkably well to find himself here, and now he wants to really try and make the most of this opportunity that he's got of becoming the US champion. He's got to find the green, though. The other 2 are close.
Bring it in and out, baby. Come on.
Cracking shot. Oh, beauty. 3 beautiful shots. That's what we've come to see.
And suddenly, it all looks like a playoff for a U.S. Open championship, the way it ought to be.
Lauren Roberts and Ernie Els, both the 3 over par after 5 holes. Montgomery, having been all over the shop, is only 1 stroke behind, so it's exciting, even if it is very scrappy. But who knows? It may be just beginning to liven up on this 6th hole. 3 wonderful tee shots, 3 beautiful tee shots. First one to play was Ernie Els after all this scrappy stuff that's been going on. As Bob said, a bit nice 6-iron, that sort of shot, 200 yards. It's a big hit.
Be right.
You hear him say, "Be right." usually means it's online, and it is. Next, it was Colin Montgomerie. I think Ernie's ball, in fact, is probably the furthest one away. This was Montgomery's. He plays down the right-hand side, just slides it in, pitches. A nice shot, pitches and just eases its way down towards the hole off the slope. Turns in here. Very nicely done. And in fact, Roberts' ball came in from the furthest point on the right-hand side of the green. Pitched, stopped, spun, turned left, and came down the hill. Here she comes. Thought it was going to hit Montgomery's ball here, just missed it, and just went there. So there were 3 beautiful shots. Nearly got it surrounded. So now a bit of putting to be done, and Ernie Els it is. Let's have another look. It may just have brushed against Montgomery's. Just, I don't know. If it did, I don't know. It may have just rocked it, but certainly didn't change position. Now Els for a 2.
He's got about 9 feet. Going to break hard to his left. Not an easy putt. Loren Roberts in the best position here by far.
It was too high, and look where it's 5 feet away. Maybe him again. No, probably not.
You know, all 3 tee shots really looked good, but in reality, Ernie's and Colin Montgomery's were not nearly as good as they look. Colin's got almost as tough a putt as Ernie had. It's only 4.5 or 5 feet, but it's got a big break to the left. If he wants to make it, I think he needs to hit it firmly like Ernie did, but if he runs it by, it wouldn't stop till it got 6 or 7 feet below the hole. Loren Roberts, on the other hand, is putting straight up the hill from about 3.5 feet. So his tee shot was quite a bit better than the other 2.
Well, you called that one right, Mark. I must say, he was up. He was edgy, though. You noticed that. You said that a couple of holes ago. How Montgomery seems to be jumpy. A very difficult putt he faced there, but it was one he wanted to get over quickly. No clear thoughts on that putt at all.
Shows you just how sloped this green is. He's got a putt now that's twice as long as the one he just had, but a much easier putt.
Yeah, they were all well-struck tee shots, and I would say that Els and Montgomery were the straighter of the ones, and Loren Roberts had the best result. He's nearly 14, 15 feet away. Gee, me. 4 for Montgomery. Have another look. Notice the speed the putter head travels at. Short and quick, just one look at the hole, and it's a little dabber there. It's a little chunk at the hole, and it's on and on and on it goes. So that's embarrassing. Now Els straight up and in, hopefully for him, for a par. He's holding on. It's better, I'll say, after that miserable start.
Now Loren Roberts with a chance to regain the lead. This would do a lot for his confidence, having taken a 6th on the last hole. Smoothly back. Got it. Through 6 now, and Loren Roberts back into the lead again by 1 over Ernie Els. Colin Montgomery trails Roberts by 3. We are on a 6-hour pace. 94th U.S. Open.
7th hole, 431 yards. Not a particularly long hole, but you can see again the drive has got to be threaded through the trouble, through the bunkers, and of course you've got this very thick rough which can catch the club as you try and force it down towards this green. The flag today, well, it's 32 paces on the green, long way down the green, and again towards the right-hand side as the players come down. The usual set of conditions here on the greens, slopes and speed.
Now there's the 18th hole off to the right. Judy Bell, the chairman for the USGA, the championship committee, is working with David Eager. Right now you see Eager has walked down to the front of the green, and after they got started they came and found the flag positions for the back 9. So that's what they're setting here, and that's just a camera that's locked into position, and the reason why we're not able to pan and follow, and there are no players coming down there. Of course, our equipment, our manpower, and I must say that for the technicians and all the people who set up 18-hole coverage for ABC, I think all of you do, and I don't say this enough, I think you do a magnificent job, and I think you have for decades in the coverage of a tournament like this. It's not easy bringing together all this manpower and equipment and the pictures and the sounds. I think we take an awful lot for granted when we view and watch American sports on television. I think the technical aspects are truly a great achievement, and our director Jim Jeanette is to be applauded for his great leadership. And now Loren Roberts, a little bit distracted, backs off. In case you've just turned on the television set, it has not been pretty out here. Loren Roberts now with a one-shot advantage over young Ernie Els.
Loren had trouble with his tee shot yesterday.
Hang in there. I was going to kick him out. Nope.
Right there.
Right.
Okay, we got the call.
First cutter off should be all right.
This hole playing very long today into the breeze. Flagstick cut all the way in the back, which is the toughest place you can put it when you're going against the wind. It's hard to knock it back there.
An old pro's trick. If you won't want to hook, tee it low, keep the hands forward, lead in, you push it away to the right. But he hasn't faded it enough. Usually with a driver, if you tee it low, keep the hands forward, aim it down the left-hand side, it'll just move its way back. Little fella's about to get a good spanking. There's Montgomery's left to righter.
Back at Oakmont, 18-hole playoff for the 94th U.S. Open Championship. Loren Roberts with a one-stroke advantage over Ernie Els. Colin Montgomery has fallen 3 back. And Bob Rosberg and Mark Rolfing, it has been tough out there.
Toughest day I've seen in a long time. The 6 pin placements so far added up. You know, if you put them on 1 to 10, it'd be 60. Loren Roberts is going to play first from the left-hand rough. He has 200 yards to the flag. Can run the ball in here, though. They give you room to the left, and everything breaks to the right. So you've got plenty of room to get the ball into the green without having to carry it over the bunker.
hard to hold here yesterday. Greg Norman got a very unlucky bounce here yesterday, didn't he, Peter?
Yes, he did. He was striking the ball well, and he just shot through into a very bad spot. That's not too bad. It all depends on the slopes of the greens. He's not. You can see he's not all that far from the hole, but that tells you nothing here. Montgomery was only 5 or 6 feet away at the last hole and knocked it 10, 15 feet by.
L's playing from the same short rough on the left. Has about 180, just over 180. Wants to carry it about 160.
He's been on the bold side. Is he over clubbed again? Oh, that could be all right. That could be more than all right.
Shot. 190. Stay there.
That's more than all right.
Montgomery from the fairway has 170.
Yes, I did.
How'd you legislate for that one? I mean, that just dug its toes in and almost backed up. Very good result. Well, certainly Collins looking for a bit of help from somewhere. Dear Ann Landers. Here's Els. From the light rough. Looks to be might have been as little as an 8-iron. Looked to be a curved top on that club, a 7 or an 8-iron. Pitched in the front quarter of the green, came up nicely over the top of the hill, and I thought it might even work its way closer to the flag, but that's a good shot from Els. Bold shot. He's been through a couple of the greens very expensively so far. Now Montgomery. Very high, comes across it, sends it up high, moves it, tends to move it left to right, and this one just pitched, boom. I think it's extraordinary that the members do play the course more or less under these conditions. Certainly with the lightning fast greens and with the slope, they must all be tremendous putters.
Well, you know, we have one of the great hockey players as a member here, Mario Lemieux, a very good player. I think I saw his handicap number was a 1 up on the wall in the locker room. Great player.
Roberts, a little chip from the edge of the green. Great.
Brilliant.
Lovely little touch. I say 4.
Yes, he chipped in yesterday at the 8th for 2. He'll take that 4 and move on here, won't he? Nils will try to make up a shot if he can.
Ernie's got about 9 feet. Trying to see if there's any break to it at all. Looks pretty straight to me. Remarkable with the hole located back here on this plateau. The 2 players could get it as close as they did. Those were terrific shots coming in.
Good.
Tied.
Well, all the good luck to the lad, because he started off in dismal fashion, 5-7, and well, he obviously has an icy brain. He's come right back into it.
This is a putt now that Colin Montgomery really needs to make. It's a completely different situation than if he were trailing only 1 player by, say, 3 shots. But when you're trailing 2 players like this, you just can't afford to let there be any more space. Pretty much a straight putt. Very fast, as you saw Ernie Els. Oh, he played it to go right, and it didn't go at all.
No, it slipped nearly a yard past.
That was really not a very good putt there. I don't know whether he saw a lot of break to the right that he thought was there, or whether he just pulled it. Of course, after what he did on that last hole, that 6th green, got to be a little shaky.
Well, 2 chances in a row missed there, really, although he had, as Mark Rolfing was saying, almost an impossible putt, a very difficult putt on the last hole, and again a difficult one here.
Els and Roberts are tied here, Peter. Els with our only birdies today. He also has the only other, and that was that 7 back on the 2nd hole, but he's battled himself back into it.
Well, the next hole, well, 249 yards. 248, 49 yards, depending on where the flag is positioned. A huge bunker down the left-hand side. And I'm amazed when you hear players at this distance using 5 and 6 irons, and quite extraordinary how they manage to smash the ball onto a relatively big target. And the flag today is dead centre, so 12 paces from either side and 25 straight on from the front. So you might say it's looking relatively kind. But again, of course, they have to face the slopes. Pacing off all the distances. Els first.
He said 249 today, Peter.
249.
Has to carry it about 220. It's probably a 3-iron, maybe a 2. Little wind coming out of the left and slightly in the player's face.
That
bunker runs forever. 130 yards.
Well, the ball came out of its pitch mark, so that's something in his favour. Lauren Roberts, he's got a little wood out by the look of it, yes.
Yes, he has that fairway wood out. Probably gives up 20 to 25 yards to Els, and gives up something to Montgomery also.
He seemed to hit that quite well, and you saw it land short of the green. He finds the target.
Shows you how differently this hole is playing today because of it being into the wind. Montgomery also has a fairway club, metal fairway club.
He may be trying one of his sort of sliders, sort of left to right. Cutter.
Marshall, back, please.
He's seeing an awful lot of things today, Peter.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he's agitated. He's on the verge of losing it. If he's not careful, he could do a Kerry Middlecoff.
Back in the... Well, that will perhaps keep him from whacking the ball onto the Pennsylvania Turnpike as Middlecoff did during the 50s at the U.S. Open here, when he became totally exasperated with how he was playing in the course and stormed off. And there are the numbers that are relevant to this situation. Els took his triple back on the 2nd, but you can see he has rallied with a pair of birdies on the 3rd and the 7th. Lauren Roberts with a single birdie, and that was on the 6th.
Looking at that, it's like looking at the telephone directory in your bedroom, isn't it? Looking what the dialing tone is for the Cameroons or Tierra del Fuego. He's chipped poorly today, and he's had a couple of chances with the putter when the putts left him have been exceedingly difficult. And he needs to get down to the chip and a putt.
Just in the first cut of rough. That one maybe you would call satisfactory, but not much better.
I don't know that it's even that as far as he's concerned.
No,
he's kind of shaking his head.
He's not got it. He's lost his rhythm, and his thought patterns have gone, and he's only got 9 or 10 holes to try and get something back. And it's amazing that he's, you know, he's not out of it, but he needs to do something quite spectacular if he's going to get anywhere near the top of the leaderboard again. Els now from the bunker.
Fascinating. Els, hey, let's watch this.
Good lie in the bunker. Fairly long shot. Not going to get there.
Good chance for Roberts.
There's another man, a very good player out here shaking his head right now. I just had a conversation with him over in the gallery, Tom Lehman, who of course won a few weeks ago at Memorial out here walking around today, and he was talking to me about just how hard the golf course is playing. He thinks it's playing like it was earlier in the week, where it was quite a bit faster and drier and during the practice rounds.
Yes, it's interesting when you see a course set up as hard as this. You know, it's almost like comparing, you know, let's go and watch Carl Lewis run, but he's got to run with army boots on and a pack on his back.
He'd still win.
Definitely the setup is what makes it tough today. You know, the final round of Pebble Beach, it was the weather conditions there 2 years ago that made it play so hard, but certainly weather not a factor here other than maybe a little bit of heat. But I think it might be the hardest golf course I've ever seen right now.
Oh my.
Gee. Wasn't this the only hole Johnny Miller dropped a stroke at when he did that amazing 63 21 years ago? He three-putted this hole.
I went around with Lauren Roberts yesterday for 18 holes, and he had 7 or 8 putts of that length, and every one he got almost within the leather. The pace was perfect, but that was definitely an explosion. I hadn't seen one like that out of him all week. Knew he'd hit it too hard the moment the putter blade struck the ball.
Well, they've all played 2 shots on this long, short hole, and nobody's within 15, 20 feet of the hole.
This is probably the easiest green at Oakmont. It's definitely the flattest.
Could be. Oh. Gee. That would have been a monster stroke of good fortune had that gone in, but it's a 4. Another drop stroke for Els.
Colin Montgomery was hoping to get a little read off Lauren Roberts' putt, which was on the same line, but Lauren's ball was rolling so fast you couldn't tell anything. He's got about 18 feet. Not a whole lot of break. What break there is probably will be to his left. Not done yet.
No. Boy, it is a struggle. It's almost uncomfortable to watch it.
Makes you really appreciate what Ben Hogan accomplished on this course back in '54 when he went wire to wire with a flourish, closing off with a birdie at 18. The legend of this golf course, I must say, is really growing by the moment. There are the past, let me correct myself, I said 4, it was 53 when Hogan did that. And -5 is what he accomplished, and they did it this time, and it was a par 72. I believe that the first hole was the one that was altered. Back in those days it played as a par 5, and now it's a 4.
He's not done yet.
In defense of these players, though, as much as they seem to be struggling, the golf course really is playing totally different today than it did during the 4 rounds of the championship.
What, the wind direction, you mean? The greens are still quick and the rough is still up, Mark.
I think the hole locations are by far the biggest difference. You put that together with the playoff pressure. The wind really is not a big factor.
I agree with you. I think the conditions that they're playing today are as difficult as I've ever seen on a day where the weather, apart as you say from it being hot, is very benign. I mean, I've been up in Scotland, Carnoustie, Muirfield, some of the championship courses in Britain, when the wind blows 40, 50 miles an hour, it's virtually unplayable. But they're certainly not having to contend with that here today, but it's just so difficult. And they're not hitting the ball straight.
And it's rare that you would hear the gallery applaud bogeys, but they're having to do that right now. I think they can sense just how tough it is, too.
This is Lauren Roberts for a bogey 4 on the par 3/8.
Well, we are back live on the par 5 9th hole, which has certainly been for most of the week the easiest of the holes here at Mighty Oakmont. Montgomery, the 3rd player to go. We'll show you the other 2 tee shots in a moment.
Beautiful drive, right up the middle of the fairway.
Montgomery trailing by 3 strokes, and he conquered this hole earlier in the championship with a pair of eagles, and now this was L's.
This is a huge drive, Brent.
Way down there, so young L's here with a shot at a possible eagle, and you can see that Lauren Roberts has turned in 4 consecutive birdies.
Well, 3 good drives. Flag today just 8 paces in, 474 yards, just a par 5, and the easiest hole, one of the easiest holes, I guess, in championship golf is a par 5. Big bunker, bites into the front corner of the green, and the flag today back on the right-hand side, 24 paces on and 8 from the right-hand side. Green runs into the practice putting green, which stands in front of the clubhouse. Now on Friday, Hale Irwin, who made such a good run at the championship until the final round, hit a good drive and a long iron here at the 9th, struck it beautifully. Coming in, just pitches on the edge of the bunker there, gets a nice hop up and gets it 6-7 feet away. Beautiful strike. Now this putt for an eagle, which he gets. He goes to 6 under par with that beautiful 3. Just Obviously, of course, they were tied at -5, so everyone from this moment went backwards. There we are. That tells us the story. The easiest US Open hole since 1983. All of them par 5s. Oakmont here, this 9th hole, the easiest, and the 7th at Hazeltine. Brings up the rear. Huge putting green, and the flag tucked away on the left-hand side there. Lauren Roberts first.
So we're looking at 229 total.
Are we looking to carry that side?
I don't. It's the same front. Only 207 max.
Go forward.
207 max.
Forward. Don't you?
Okay, let's see what this air is doing.
See what the air is doing. Just left to right, yeah.
229 to the flag, 207 to carry the bunker. Wind just a wisp out of the left.
Way to hit it, Lauren. Get up there, baby.
Stop.
Some shot. Beautiful strike. Lovely shot. Very well hit indeed.
Plus 24 right. 220.
Enough plane. I mean, this one long about 200 that makes any kind of jump going to get up here. You can do that easily if you see.
Montgomery has 222 to the flag. I believe he has a 3-iron.
Right at it. Again, well struck, but the result not as good as he would have hoped. It's gone right against the little fringe, leaving him an awkward shot yet again if that little tufted grass interferes with his backswing.
Ernie Els has 204 to the hole. He has a shot that's going to fly a little. I would think he'd take a 5-iron, maybe even a 6. Hit it real hard and get it as high in the air as possible.
That's all back.
Slot.
Montgomery joined them while waiting the arrival of Els, who bogeyed the 18th. Now, yesterday at the 10th hole, this was one of the finest shots of the day on Sunday right here, Peter.
Huge drive, and only a wedge down the hill. Played it beautifully, struck it well. The green received it well, hopped up at the front, then just that little bit of spin there. Looked as if it was going to stop there, but it just kept wandering on, and eventually it came to rest.
You know, I think the flag stick is cut is it fairly close. Let's see where it is today, because the second shot here is pure treachery. You've just got to weave your way down this tumbling down. Yes, it is. It's
the same sort of area.
Absolutely. Now you got to just tumble down, find a groove, let it try to roll in there if you can. This is. I know sometimes on television it's hard to tell, you know, or the hills and the valleys and everything, but I think that the way they have shot this and the way they've set the cameras up, I think you can get an idea of how tough it is. And well, it's no walk in the park for Ernie Els from where he is either. And Montgomery's back after using the iron off the tee.
Montgomery has 210 to the flag and off a downslope. Very difficult shot. Got to bounce it in.
Most testing. Could be. Yeah, from where he was, that is superb.
That's the best shot he's played today.
Now through 9, this gives you an indication of what we've seen, a little bit of everything, with 5 birdies, 6 bogeys, 3 double bogeys, and the 1 triple by Ernie Els back at the 2nd. That gives you an idea of the roller coaster ride that the 3 of them have experienced out here. And now let's see if Roberts, who has been good with his mid-irons this week so far.
That was from 182, and he lost it to the right. Had a perfect lie. That is a terrible shot there. That's something you just can't afford to do, because he had a beautiful lie. It was on a little shelf.
Right every time on this hole.
I don't think Ernie Els has any chance. He's just going to have to hit the ball straight up in the air and knock it maybe halfway to the green. I don't think he can do anything else. He just blasted it out. That's a good, smart shot.
Els will get ready and gives us an opportunity to run through the final scores of the entire field, and you can see how they wound up in the plus figures. You can see that even for all the great players from around the world, it was not easy here at Oakmont this week. One of the male Scott Simpson's picture came back up. We'll rejoin the rotation here. We are Phil Mickelson, Wayne Levy. Jim Gallagher had a strong 2nd round. Barry Lane, one of your side, Peter.
Yeah, it's all learning experience for many players who came over from the European Tour. Some of the big names failed to be here on the last day, with Nick Faldo, Olazabal.
Must say, I think the USGA is to be complimented on opening it up and having more foreign entries into the U.S. Open. I thought it brought a strong international flavor, and there are so many great players all around the world these days.
Yep.
Tom Lehman is out watching, as Mark Rolfing reported. He's following along. So now we want to settle back in with Ernie Els here.
Els from about 115.
Not heavy.
Hit it a bit heavy, I fancy, and come up short. Chance for Montgomery.
Yeah, there's a little glimmer of hope there, isn't there? We're back now. Chip Beck, Davis Love. There's Langer. He was happy that the German team won their World Cup opener. It was nice to see that folks in this country enjoyed watching on television the World Cup action that's being carried on ESPN and ABC. Big game on ESPN. I believe it is Wednesday this week. The United States will take on Colombia. Huge. Jim McGovern played very well. Like to see him do well in the British Open this year at Turnberry. Peter, that would be good.
I don't think we should forget that the par here is 71, and you know, when we were looking at those scores, Jack Nicklaus 8 over a par, you know, that's an average of 73, which on a course like this isn't really too bad at all. I think it's a more honest 72 par. I mean, if you know, you've only got to knock a few yards off one of the holes, and you could make it a par 70, and then it would be virtually unplayable.
I must say one thing about Curtis Strange. He had the only 4 subpar rounds in the championship. Missed this playoff by 1, and there were a couple shots he let get away on the backside yesterday, but overall it was great play by Curtis. Now we'll see Lauren Roberts, co-leader with Ernie Els. 3rd shot.
He has got a horrendous lie here. I don't think there'll be any way to stop the ball short of the hole if it gets over the hill. And that's the only thing he didn't want to do. He would have been much better off hitting it over the green into the rough on the other side.
That was down in the hole.
A couple of shots like that he's played. The one back at the 5th, very similar. And the putt that Lauren Roberts has right now, it's going to be a very similar putt to the one Ernie Els has. It's It's just so hard. No way to describe it. It's almost like if you were putting a ball in your bathtub from the back of the tub, trying to stop it short of the drain. If it goes in the drain, it'll stop. If it doesn't. It's a putt that could break 4 or 5 feet, maybe even more, straight down the hill. After playing a shot from the center of the fairway, Loren Roberts now would love to have a 5 on this hole.
How we stand? Montgomery, a little glimmer of hope for him here.
Well, he could get, if they don't do much good from where they are, Els and Roberts and Montgomery were to hole, could have a big change around.
Yeah, the sun could be coming out over Scotland all of a sudden.
The ifs and buts. As the great Rabbi Burns used to say, if every shot was teed up high and every shot a good un, then every game would be the same, and none a really good un. What a struggle, as Mark was saying. A beautiful 3-wood from the tee. Els used a driver. Roberts a 3-wood. Montgomery a 1 or 2 iron. 2 on the fairway, 1 in trouble. Well, this is the 4th shot for Loren Roberts. 10th hole. Well, that was a very good putt from there.
A little bit of everything on the front side, eh, Peter?
Yeah, licorice all sorts. It was all sorts of stuff there. I don't think I've ever seen 3 cards like that on a lovely day. The course is difficult, the rough's high, but as we said before, they just haven't hit the ball straight at all. 5 birdies between them on the first 9 holes, with 2 par 5s, and one of them the easiest par 5 in US golf. Fairways and greens hit, that's another interesting comparison. Going left, slowing up, but that's not too bad, I suppose. He's running so slowly that Els almost got there at the same time as the ball. Somebody's got to win, and all the drama and all the rubbish will be forgotten. The fact that you won the US Open with a high score will be of no importance in a few hours' time. One of these is going to be the champ. Montgomery for a 3. Big moment if he can pop this in. So 4. It'll do him a bit of good. Might do him a lot of good if they were both to miss.
Ernie's got about 4 feet here now. A putt that is definitely going to break to his left. Probably needs to start it just outside the right edge. He'd like to hit it firmly so it could hold its line.
That's a good putt. Roberts for his bogey 5.
And to stay tied with Els. Did it. Montgomery picks up one. Now Montgomery now trails Roberts and Els by 3. We have talked about how the course has been set up today and the great examination that Judy Bell has given these players. The chairman of the championship committee is now with Frank Hannigan. Frank?
Thank you, Brett, who's played in a few championships herself, by the way, one for a long time, held the single round scoring record for the Women's Open. What was that score?
67.
Pretty good day for you. Listen, from time immemorial, it's been the USGA policy that an attempt would be made for every single round to have the course play the same way, not harder or easier one round or another. Did you adhere to that policy this week?
We tried to, Frank, exactly. There's elements like rain on Thursday night and a little wind yesterday afternoon, but that's the goal. It's more art form than it is science.
Some of the players think otherwise. Watson, for instance, yesterday was quoted extensively as saying yesterday was set up much too hard, much too difficult, harder than it was the other 3 days. Not your intention.
Not at all. I talked to him, and I think the greens were more firm.
What about today? Same policy?
Same policy.
In the final event, why does it matter anyway? Since they're playing against each other, they're not playing against a fixed score.
That's right.
We'll get back to you in a second here, Frank. And Montgomery with that left to right movement, a little bit too much to the right, and has gone off, I believe, trickled off into the edge of that rough. He has the same flight pattern to Peter, and for the most part of the week he was able to keep it in the fairway, and he has struggled with that here today.
Well, he struck it well, and it was at one time 7 or 8, 9, 10 yards inside the fairway line, the rough line, but it caught the slope and a bit of spin on it, and he's ended up, I think, in the thickish rough now.
That is in the thick rough. Didn't carry far enough.
This hole, 378 yards, a short par 4. Els with a 9. He's coming off the bank as well, making his way down towards the rough, but that hole's okay.
Pretty much the same line, but it carried up on top of the hill, Peter.
Bit of a roller coaster fairway, this one, Bob.
Yes, it is.
So just 8 holes remaining. Now Lauren Roberts. Looks like a driver this time. 3 wood on the last hole.
So we are back. This is an 18-hole stroke playoff. Roberts, Els, and Montgomery, the United States, South Africa, and Scotland. If a South African or the Scottish lad wins this, it would be the first time in history that both the Masters and the U.S. Open would be won by foreign-born players. Jose Maria Olazabal capturing the Masters, of course.
Unless you want that name to go away.
Montgomery has a horrid lie here. The rough is not very thick over there, but the ball's sunk down and it's really going to fly. He has 160 to the flag, about 135 to carry the bunker.
Where's the pit?
Talking about a 9 iron. And going left.
It's going to jump out of here, Peter. It's going to be hot. Didn't come out at all. I mean, that was a very strange lie, but it didn't come out at all. Now it's in the thick rough to the left. Now he'll really have problems.
Mentioned foreign-born winners, and of course, the U.S. Open has been dominated by the United States players. David Graham back in 1981, the last foreign-born player to capture here. First 12 champions, however, all foreign-born. This is Gary Els.
That's Els from 150. Good smart shot. You just can't afford to knock it over this green.
Nice number there, yeah.
What do we have, yes?
28. Or was that the day? That was the day before. About the same. It was a perfect thing, yeah. Down. Down.
Great shot. So again, right now, Els, Roberts tied, 3 up on the struggling Montgomery, and let's go back to Frank and Judy.
Judy, here we are again in the midst of another Monday 18-hole playoff for the U.S. Open, which we in the media are not crazy about. What do you think about 18-hole playoffs versus sudden death?
Well, I favor 18-hole playoffs. It's a better test. It's traditional, and I think it's here to stay.
It certainly is, if you say so. I'd note, incidentally, however, that all 3 players said that they prefer to go 18 holes rather than sudden death. Another administrator's issue this week, and a very tough one, is pace of play. It's a brutal question. It took forever to play on Thursday and Friday. Got any thoughts about it?
Well, we're not happy. I'd say that right off. I don't think the players are. I don't think spectators are. I think we got to keep working at it. Here, it's every time we run into weather problems, that slows things down. Of course, these greens, the roughs, the bridge. Another thing, a couple par 5s are reachable, and two of the par 3s have played very difficult all week. That's made things more difficult, and you saw today when Mr. Els got in a rough one too. And once you get in trouble, it's you have to work your way out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But isn't the only answer that you just got to tighten up the speed limit and start imposing a lot of penalties?
I happen to agree with you. We've got to tighten up the speed limit, and I hope that works. That's right.
Good, thank you. Back to Brent and Colin Montgomery.
All right, thank you, Frank and Judy. Here is Colin's third.
Guessing is right on another hole, under 400 yards, struggling not to take 6s.
But Ernie Els, you know, was the first player, I remember, over at your Open to have 4 rounds in the 60s, was it, over there?
Played very well.
Yeah, and then suddenly Greg Norman came.
That's a pretty impressive record in
I'd
8.
say.
You know, I mean, if you're lucky, you get to play, and you've got a big career. You might play in 20, 25 majors in your life. And to have started off the way he has, I think he's fascinating. I'd just like to add something about this playoff situation. You know, the Royal and Ancient Club of St Andrews, who governs the world of golf outside the United States, started a playoff situation a few years ago where they take a few holes, a little circuit round the clubhouse, 5, 6 holes, and let them play off over those holes, and then if they're still tied, they have a sudden death playoff. It's worked very well. It's not the purest way, but it's better than sudden death, I feel, to have 4 or 5 holes to play to see if you can find a winner. At least you're playing more than just 1 hole. Els now racing it up. Could be. Now it might be.
Peter, if we'd have had a playoff over 5 holes today, I believe 3 over par would have tied.
They would have, and then they'd have gone to the next hole, and Lauren Roberts' birdie at the 6th would have won it. And we'd be on our way out of Dodge, kid.
Would have happened last night, that's the only thing. It was a very bold step for the Royal and Ancient Club to have taken, and obviously much against the wishes of the USGA, but it's worked out quite well. There'd been a playoff or two, and Greg Norman was involved in one. Mark Calcavecchia won at Troon, and Wayne Grady was the third member, that former winner of the US PGA Championship. Greg Norman birdied the first 2 holes and didn't win the playoff. So there's arguments for and again. Now Montgomery up against the fringe again. He's left himself awkward little shots all the way around.
That was really a strange play, though. To go in there with a putter, I haven't seen anybody all week long putt a ball from that kind of a position. He was in that shortish rough, but it's very thick and wiry, sort of like a scrub brush, as you described it the other day. And that was definitely a shot that I think 99% of the players in the field would have chipped.
I think he's just lost the whole rhythm of the thing. He's lost his confidence, he's lost the feel, he's lost the whole pattern and rhythm of the game. And it's after opening up with a nice 4 on the first, they went 6-6-5, and this has dribbled away since then. And those thoughts are burning through his mind. What might have been, what I should have done. Wouldn't I like to forget all this and start again?
Lauren Roberts could really make a big putt here. Ernie Els still has a tough one for par.
Give it to him.
A 4. 4 for Roberts. Have another look at Montgomery's putt from the edge of the green. We had a view there of him, his 4th shot, Montgomery's 4th shot. Well, perhaps we're not going to see Montgomery's 4th shot. Yes, we are. There he is up against the fringe, and he takes his putter, and whether he gets a few bits of grouse between the blade and the ball, it was a soft stroke anyway. Didn't seem to have any acceleration with the putter. Now he's trying to get the next one in. That's going to dribble away left. Another monster series of mistakes by Colin Montgomery. He's just resigned himself now, I think, to the fact that it's just one of those days that certainly want to forget.
Ernie Els with nearly 5 feet here. It's a very fast putt, equally as fast as the one you saw Colin Montgomery just hit. His ball is going to break to the left considerably, I would say. He needs to start at least a ball outside the right edge.
If he holds this, I think it would give him a great boost, and I still think he might just have the edge, but he's got to hold this one first.
Yeah, you know,
that's good nerves there.
Yeah, it is, Peter. Everything that's gone wrong for him over the last couple of days, the errant tee shots at the end, the failure to read the scoreboard down at 18, winding up in the sandy divot, coming down a fairway at 18, settling for a bogey and falling into this 3-way playoff, and yet here we are through 11 holes, and the survivor, Ernie Els, is hanging in there right now.
12th hole, almost 600 yards. And of course, the great thing here is to find the fairway. If you drive it off the fairway from the tee, then you've got to worry about these bunkers left and right, and the rough, of course, on either side of the fairway. And well, we've seen some players faced with 2, 3 irons and even 4 woods for their 3rd shots into this very heavily bunkered 12th green. Now, the elevation of this green from front to back is very interesting, as we show you this little graphic. Over 4.5 feet from front to back, so anything going quickly onto the green, will scuttle through and end up below us here as we look from our camera behind this green. 46 birdies. Not that many, is it, really, when you think of all the times the hole has been played. But the key is a drive on the fairway. That gets you away to a good start.
Hole playing slightly downwind today, Peter, but the wind is out of the left, and when the fairway slopes this severely from left to right, that's probably the toughest wind you can have. They'll be able to drive it a long ways if they can keep it in the fairway.
That's well offline, isn't it, Bob?
In the deep rough to the left, yes.
Nobody wants to win this great championship, it would appear.
On the end, someone will go kicking and screaming toward the trophy.
Yeah, they will. No matter how they got there, they will be the champion of 1994.
The champagne will taste just as good.
You the man!
I suspect that you, the man, probably started over at your Open, didn't it, Peter?
Certainly not. We lock them up over there.
There's a few members of the LPGA smiling today. I must say their playoff between Patty Sheehan and Julie Inkster here was a lot tidier than what we've been watching. Hang on now.
Mr. Fairway
not
again.
that day.
There's the situation, a tie. Lauren Roberts and Ernie Els, 3 over. Colin Montgomery trading them by 5 strokes. They're on the par 5 12th hole here at Oakmont. And what a marvellous view that is. Dear old Henry Longhurst always used to say, golf does take us to so many beautiful places. And when you look at the backdrop of the trees and the way the golf course has been presented, it's difficult. I happen to think the greens are too quick and they're a bit too slopey, but then I'm a bit of a dodgy putter. But I think the way the greenkeepers have presented this course, it really is quite magnificent. And it's proving to be a very stern test for our 3 gladiators today.
Kind of toss it, I don't know.
Very rarely have we seen all 3 players on a fairway or on the green together in the right number. Now Lauren Roberts, second shot.
Yeah, there's been very little conversation because they haven't been close enough to talk to each other today.
9 from the left, 4 from the back. Well, what do you like it down here? What is it today? The second bunker.
Peter, they do have a lot of information, don't they?
They sure do. I wonder what would happen if we had a championship or a tournament where nobody had any yardages and no flags were put in the greens, and you just had to fire at the target and see what scores they would do. I have a feeling it'd be pretty well exactly the same as they are now.
I think they'd play quicker, though.
I don't know how, when you go through all these routines, how sometimes you see the ball going over the back of the green by 40 yards. Probably just got the yardage from the wrong sprinkler head.
Roberts with an iron to stay short of the bunker on the left. Can carry this left-hand bunker, the short left-hand bunker, easily. He only has 140 or 45 yards to carry that. I would imagine you hit a 4 iron here, 4 or 5.
Oh, nicely placed. Playing it as a genuine 3-shotter, Lauren Roberts.
I think Ernie Els is going to take a wedge and hit it short of these bunkers out here in the fairway and leave himself 160 or 70 yards. I think he'd take an awful risk if he tried to carry this left-hand bunker. Has a horrible lie. That is something you just can't afford to do. When you play safe, you've got to play safe. That ball is either in the rough to the just short of that left-hand bunker or went into the bunker. I can't tell right now.
Well, that is
that's a horrible mistake.
Serious mistake.
Yeah, you just don't do that.
Montgomery also off the fairway.
Playoff Monday for the United States Open Championship. A struggle. Won't be a winner so much as it'll be a survivor. Roberts here on the par 5 has struck a couple of good shots. Meanwhile, Els just goes from one problem to the next, doesn't he, gentlemen?
Els has got it in deep rough. It did not go into the bunker. He has 188 yards back to the hole. I don't think he can hit it far enough to get it to the green, but even if he does, I don't think he can keep it on the green. The angle is just not what he wanted. He cannot come into this hole from the left-hand rough. He hit it in the left-hand rough yesterday from the middle of the fairway and had no shot. That ball's in the bunker, I believe, well short of the green, and that'll really be a hard shot.
It's in the second of 3 bunkers up here. And again, not a very good angle. If he was going to miss that shot, he would have preferred to miss it on the right-hand side.
And I think things are starting to affect him a little bit more as we go along. We just saw some emotion there with the club. And I think understandably so when you consider the last 24 hours. Had it in hand, let it get away, was given another chance by Loren Roberts, and then couldn't close the deal on the 18th. Got a couple of good breaks, did get a terrible bad break on the 18th when that pitch back to the fairway landed in that divot. And we go back to Montgomery.
And the thing is, Brent, too, they may never get the opportunity and ever be in this position again. Never can tell.
There sure doesn't seem to be any quit in Colin Montgomery. He appears like he still thinks he can win.
Well, this has been a comeback course through the years. Might be asking a bit too much right now, but you never know.
Down. Look at this. This is getting closer and closer and closer. Used the slope there pretty well. He's played some extraordinarily sloppy shots today, either caused through misjudgment or nerves. Probably nerves. Some of those early chips from the edge of the green were diabolical.
Loren Roberts has about 105 to the hole.
No! No!
Crowd seems to like it, but I don't think he will when he gets up here because he's got that same very fast downhill putt like the one he had at 10.
Reminds me something of Helen Alfredson. Peter, I don't know if you ever covered any. She likes to do a little broadcasting when the ball's in the air, too.
Yeah.
A lot of emotion here in the next few holes now. Here's the youngest U.S. Open winners since the Second World War. Jack Nicklaus right here. Beat Arnold Palmer in a playoff. 22 years, 4 months old. And Jerry Pate down in Atlanta.
Yes, if Els wins, he nudges Tony Jacklin out of 3rd spot. Tony will be entering the senior ranks soon. I'd like to wish him well in that department. They seem to place very, very well indeed. Ernie Els, big, powerful man, comes to a par 5, and here he is with this shot, 40, 50 yards, whatever it is to the hole, and it's his 4th shot. This is where he should be picking up strokes on the rest of them, certainly on Roberts.
6 wouldn't be too bad right now. He just doesn't want to make a 7.
Started with a bit more left. That could have been a wonderful shot. As it is, it's not doing too bad.
Pretty good.
Not stopped yet.
Oh, look at this.
At last.
Quickly run and mark it.
With a bit of chewing gum.
Loren Roberts is faced with the same problem Ernie Els just had on his bunker shot. He's got the same angle. He's putting it, obviously, instead of playing a bunker shot. But this hole is cut in a portion of the green that is just so sloped that once the ball gets rolling by the hole, there's almost no way to stop it.
They say the flag positions are easier on this inward 9 mark.
Well, that remains to be seen in my mind, Peter. This one definitely is not an easy hole location.
You think he could stop it short? Well, I suppose he could if he only just hits it an inch, but
I don't think he can afford to stop it short, because stopping it anywhere short, if he has a putt of any length, he'll have the same problem he's got right now.
yeah. Well, we saw that with Colin Montgomery on the short hole, the 6th, when he was only 5-6 feet from the hole and knocked it 12-15 feet by.
Loren normally has tremendous pace on his putts, always seems to be able to find the right speed. He's going to have to muster up every bit of his talent here. It's also going to break quite hard to his right.
Must be good.
Could it be?
That was a beautiful putt.
The reaction.
He might have thought that that was going to drop. It certainly was running very nicely at the hole.
How can Els bring it back for par?
And just as fast as Loren Roberts' putt, this one is actually a little bit slow, if there's such a thing as a slow putt at Oakmont. Very much up the hill. Loren Roberts not in the hole yet. So if Ernie could get this one in, it would be big.
So he'll drop a shot here at the par 5. And they've run out of par 5. The distance would favor him, although he does have a reachable par 4 up ahead at 17.
Well, he's dropped 2 strokes in 3 holes. One of them on a par 5. With his power, you just can't afford to do that.
Yeah, strength being pretty much out of the equation now. It's going to be best putter in is going to win this, no question.
A few straight shots and no missed putts, and you could be the champion here.
It really, to me, right now is a game of finesse out here. I think finesse is a good word for it, because the iron shots into the greens are so important. You just have to get the ball on the right side of the hole. You can knock it close like Colin Montgomery did at the par 3 6th hole. The gallery all applauded. Looked like he had a real easy 5-foot birdie, and when he got up there, he saw just how tough it was.
Now Loren Roberts to take the lead.
Well done.
And Loren Roberts with a one-stroke advantage through 12. Well, the situation shows Loren Roberts back into the lead by 1 over Ernie Els. Colin Montgomery still 5 back after his par at the 12th, and we move on up ahead to one of the 2 par 3s left on this course, and there are historical implications here, Peter.
Yes, 188 yards it plays. It's how it's measured, but of course you can alter that by the position you put the flag in. It is a historical moment. Runs back a bit of the way up the side of the 12th, and here was Johnny Miller in 1973 en route to that wonderful 63. He just kept firing his irons right at the pin. It was an extraordinary day's golf. Time and time again he rifled iron shots
on the tee
right at the flag.
This was yesterday. Roberts on the 13th tee.
Wind blow it on you. Get that mound. Get that mound.
So yesterday and the day before, Loren Roberts striking his irons beautifully. And he made that birdie putt, and with a one-stroke advantage, honors now as he comes up to the tee. There is where the flag is cut today.
On the front, that's no easy pin position.
There's no room to work here.
9 paces on and 4 in from the edge of the green.
Tee up a little today. It's not playing more than maybe 165 yards.
Call it.
Trouble
in the bunker.
What a shot that's going to be.
Nowhere to go, is he, Bob?
Well, the green is so much above him, and you know, flagstick only cut 4 from that edge. There's no way he can hit it short and let it run. So he's got his work really cut out for him now.
Yeah.
If you hit it in the middle of the green or to the right, it should kind of funnel over to the hole. I think that this is a little easier flag placement than the one that's back right. We saw quite a few birdies when the flag was up during the day it was there during the tournament. Looked to be an 8-iron.
Good shot.
Beauty. Good start.
Now there's Tom Lehman watching from the gallery. His friend Loren Roberts out here. He's had a fabulous season. Won at the Memorial back at Muirfield Village in Columbus. Bright future ahead of him. Now the door ajar a bit again for Els.
Must find the green. Must get no worse from here on in than pars, really. You can't go on dropping shots and expecting the opposition to just let you win. Doesn't look as if it's good.
That is an atrocious shot there. That I don't know where that one came from. That's about 30 yards over the green and to the left.
I am most pleased that we have 2 of the fellas out there on this golf course today. We've had balls all over the place. There now is Els.
Well, after an atrocious tee shot, that's a pretty magnificent second from a tough spot.
Well, it was for a moment, Mark. Now he's gone 15, 16 feet by. So, I mean, that just shows you again the difficulty in getting the ball close if you miss the greens.
I really only gave him a 50% chance to keep it on the green there.
What about this one then?
This one is not as tough as the one Ernie just had. You know, he's got to be careful. The one thing he doesn't want to do is leave it in the bunker, but he could actually play it long and use the slope in the green as a backboard. Didn't hit it quite far enough for it to come back hard.
Look at it still move. It's still moving up there on the green. That's settled down.
It was really a critical mistake, though, I felt like, by Loren Roberts to stand up there first on that tee and pull it into that bunker. As you heard Rossi say, the ball does come in from the right-hand part of this green.
Yeah, mistakes have been the norm today, haven't they, Mark?
They really have. It's been interesting watching. It's been a very sort of extraordinarily weird feeling out here. The shot Ernie Els hit off the tee, as you heard Rossi say, was just unbelievable. Not only was it way left, it was also way long. Ernie now with about 15 feet.
Oh my, big here.
I say that could play a very important role. I fancied if they both miss, Robertson, Els and Montgomery could hold. Suddenly, I mean, he's not been in the picture at all after the second hole. And suddenly you think, well, if he popped this in and they both miss and he gets another couple of shots, he could be in with a shout with maybe 2 holes left to play. Nothing's gone for him today.
For the birdie. Yes. It's the first birdie we've had on the back 9, and Montgomery's first birdie of the day. And now Roberts faces a par saver to stay ahead of Els.
I think the 2 putts from below the hole that Ernie and Colin had were maybe both easier than this putt, even though they're longer putts. This putt by Loren is going to be very fast. Looks like it should go to his left.
Yes, very good putt. Beautiful stroke.
Still one up.
So smooth and a long swing back. A good 14 inches, 12, 14 inches of a backswing there. Kept the rhythm going beautifully.
5 to go. And they'll move on over to the par 4 14th, another of the shortish holes, Peter.
356 yards, yes, and what trouble we've seen on this hole. As you can see, there's plenty of trouble to get in. And the sand and the thickness of the rough and the slopes on the greens and the speed of everything. One of these 3 players has got to get a birdie at this hole if he's going to really make some sort of move, or someone's going to, from here on in, stumble even more than they have done. This was Larry Nelson, 1983 US Open. His second shot at the 14th. Remember, he finished with those 2 wonderful scores of 65 and 67. He just kept doing that all the time. He really did strike the ball beautifully. And here it is today. A look from the other end.
How it has played here with 99 birdies to 57 bogeys. So the easiest has been the par 5, 9th, by the way. And this is second easiest. So as Peter pointed out to you, with the flag position right there up on the green, someone needs to move through with a birdie here.
Well, that looks relatively easy because we can't really tell the severity of the slopes, but it's pretty central.
Might not matter where they cut them today, with the speed being what it is. It's really treacherous out there. Placement all important right now. Montgomery off the birdie has the honors.
This ball's headed to the right.
It's the fairway yet again.
Back in trouble again.
You hardly hit the fairway. I mean, you can count almost on one hand how many times they've hit the fairways between them.
You could understand that happening if they were hitting drivers off the tee, but to stand up here and hit an iron, this is not a narrow fairway. Gets narrow up at the turn of the dog leg. Lauren Roberts with what looks like a 3-iron. Really no need to hit it very far up this fairway.
What's the kid doing out there?
Having fun.
Poor caddy, right?
Waiting for the little 4 caddy up there that marked Colin Montgomery's tee shot to move away. Hopefully that's not where he's aiming.
Everybody just a little jumpy right now.
Well, they're running out of holes. Tension building.
Peter, this is one that Els has to put in the fairway. He has to leave himself a good shot at a birdie here, because I think that that Lauren will definitely get himself in there where he has a shot at one.
He's pulled it left.
See the rotation and the spin on that ball right off the tee. Welcome back to Oakmont, 18-hole playoff. 3 men and Lauren Roberts, the United States, with a 1-shot advantage over Ernie Els of South Africa. And here is Colin Montgomery from Scotland, another bad lie, and he has struggled. And up ahead into the sand.
Brent, he really didn't have much chance. He got to try and knock it close. Ernie Els has 130 yards into the hole. He caught a decent lie over there. It's slightly on the downslope, but the ball isn't sitting too badly. He has the angle that he can run it in there.
And Rusty, we have got an overhead view. I think folks saw where Lauren Roberts' ball landed. He got a bit unlucky. We're going to show you that shot here in a moment, and he deserved better, I think. We'll show you. Strong hands. But no break there either. Now here's Roberts' shot from the fairway. The only one of the 3 who had found the fairway. He dropped this shot in perfectly just before the green, expecting a little run up now, and watch what happens.
Just like that.
Just didn't release for him, Peter, like he had hoped up on the green.
No, one good hop forward that would have got him the power good.
Oh, yeah. In a situation, Roberts up by 1.
He's in good shape, though. If he can just get his 4 Els is in the rough on top of the bunker. Difficult shot for him to get down into. Montgomery's missed the fairway, missed the green. Els' ball is stuck in that dark patch of rough alongside the top of the bunker.
Really is not a very good lie, but he does have a lot of green to work with, and he did miss it on the left, so he has the angle coming back. Interesting in watching Ernie Els the last couple days, it seems when he's had a problem, the big shots have gone to the left.
Yeah.
Tee shot at 18 yesterday, a number of tee shots that were big hooks, and today, big iron left back there at 13, another one here at 14.
Yeah, he's taken the 9 count a lot, though, but no one's ever been able to reach 10 on this young man, I'll tell you that.
Looks very inviting, that, doesn't it? That could be good. He's a tiger, isn't he? He seems, as Mark was saying, when the pressure's on, he seems to pull his shots, and then somehow or other he conjures up either a putt or a pitch or something. I mean, a lesser mortal could have disappeared from this scene 5, 6, 7 holes ago. And you think he started 5, 7. He's only 1 shot behind. I mean, it's been a very scratchy old day for all of them, and not what we expected or hoped for.
Ernie Els seems very disciplined mentally to me. Anybody who can chew the same half stick of gum for 18 holes shows you something.
Same bit he's had all week. That could be good too. That might go in if it now it's turned.
Could be a couple of pretty dandy 4s right there. But the only one who can pick up 1 in relation to par here is our leader.
As we mustn't forget, there's the 17th hole here, and both Montgomery and Els, with their bit of extra power, particularly Els, might well reach the green if the wind allows him to, and he hits a good enough shot. We saw Fred Couples earlier in the week knock it on the green. Several players did, but Fred held his putt for a 2.
I think he'd have to find the right direction first.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that, you know, we've seen plenty of 5, so even though it can be several shots difference with just a couple of holes to go, you could get a 3 shot. It is possible. I'm not talking about holing 6 irons for your second shot and things like that. We've seen nothing startling so far today, so perhaps they're saving it all for the end.
It would be startling to see this putt go in. Not an easy putt at all. It's a good 30, 32 feet maybe. Not a whole lot of break. Very speedy putt.
Beautiful putt. If he keeps doing that, and the others keep missing greens and fairways, he's that 1 shot ahead. They've still got missable putts to hole.
Must stay within 4 here.
Yep, good 4 from the bunker.
Ernie Els has been in deeper grass than most cows see in the summer, and yet here he is. Make this, and he's still only 1 back.
Difficult hole coming up the 15th here at Oakmont. 467 yards. There's little sort of half church pews down the left-hand side in that bunker, and the little island in the middle of the next one. Something for all tastes here, all shapes and sizes. Big bunker down, that huge bunker down the right-hand side. Of course, way back in 1963, I was still thinking of Johnny Miller's wonderful rounds. 1973, I should say, score of 63. This was the last birdie run. He had a couple of opportunities past this, shortish putts. Another one of those super irons. This one went in. That's -5 for the championship and 8 for the day. It's heavy rains, of course. You see the colour of the greens there. Dark green, huffing and puffing. Colin Montgomerie.
One of the best drives I've seen all week at this hole.
Down by 4. Birdie could.
Difficult hole, this one. This is one that I've seen many players drop strokes here.
The crowd has really swelled. I'd say they have 10-12,000 now.
That's a great shot.
Another good-looking tee shot here.
Let's see, about 5:45 yesterday afternoon, Mr. Els was over there close to that tee after hooking his tee shot off 18 over in that general direction late yesterday when he let his one-shot advantage slip away, and so here he is back on the 15th now, trailing Roberts by 1.
He's got to hit 3 straight drives. He hasn't hit many today.
Still in trouble. There's our situation. Loren Roberts, Ernie Els, and Colin Montgomerie running out of holes here. An 18-hole playoff yesterday. Young Els found the rough, and he came out of it in magnificent fashion with the strength and
everything else he's been
the
doing
will that he has shown us. Watch this shot. That was sensational. He would gladly settle for that again here today.
Sure. Well, it was a sensational result, Brent. It wasn't a sensational shot. That was just brute strength. He just smashed it as hard as he could, and it landed in a good spot short of the green and ran up. The result was sensational. There was nothing special about the shot. It was just brute force.
Now Roberts is first.
Roberts has 205 back to the flag, cut on the extreme back portion of the green. Green slopes from left to right. Ball slightly below Loren's feet here, which you have to worry about it going to the right.
Hang in there. Hang in there.
Long putt from there. Not a bad shot. Els has almost the identical shot he had yesterday. He's about 3 yards closer to the fairway. Has 205 yards also, but only has to carry it about 160. It's going to gallop out of here. I don't know if he has as good a lie today as he had yesterday, though. He's sitting really deep today.
grip it firm and smash it. I hope you get the right amount of bounces and breaks.
Hang on. Sit down. Okay.
Fair result again from heavy rough.
Montgomery playing from 195. Just a nice 6-iron. Well, now as we await the action here on the 15th green, I want to remind you to get that channel flicker in your right hand here, because at the top of the hour, to keep up with us, you're going to need to turn from your ESPN outlet over to the ABC network, because at the top of the hour we're going to switch off over there. So have it at the ready. We're going to need it here in a few minutes. But right now, let's see if young Els, the master survivor, can keep it going here, trailing by only one. Got himself above, and it's now rolling away. Wants it to stop right there. Nickname Houdini. Only hit 5 fairways on the day. Amazing that he's within striking distance here. Montgomery, who hit a magnificent tee shot. What kind of a situation is he in now?
He's in the same kind of spot he was in the back of the 11th green, where he chose to putt the ball out of that scrubbish sort of first cut of rough. He's not going to putt it here. Has a lofted club. He's going to leave the flag stick in. I think he's getting to the point now where he really needs to hole something like this.
I just want to, Mark, remind our audience that just in case the picture's interrupted, the ball is rolling or something like this, because this is a little bit tricky, we will pick it up and show you everything on the other end over on ABC, so no one is going to miss a thing. And certainly we want to thank all our colleagues at ESPN for helping us with our coverage here at Oakmont. It's been great working with them as usual. Montgomery leads a little short, but not bad. Crowd growing around the 18th where we are. They've been here for several hours now, awaiting the arrival of who will be the new U.S. Open champion, who replaces Lee Janzen.
Loren Roberts was a very interested spectator on Ernie Els' putt. They were pretty much on the same line. I think he was looking not as much for the line, but for the speed. He saw just how fast Ernie's putt was and how far by it ran. Past the hole, even though the putt is an uphill putt.
And it appears like this putt for Roberts will be our last stroke on ESPN, and then again we're going to be switching over to ABC, so get ready to join your affiliate wherever you might be. We leave ESPN here, but
for Loren Roberts and Ernie Els, it really is starting to look a little more like a match play situation now.
But he will settle in with a par there, leave him 3 over.
This will be Ernie Els putting, and just as a reminder, even though our friends at ABC and ESPN are making a switch from the cable network over to the parent ABC, we will continue coverage here at the 15th hole. This is a critical 6-foot putt. Roberts has almost a gimme from 2 feet and should have no problem tapping it in. And he keeps the 1-stroke lead. Now Colin Montgomerie virtually out of the picture with any chance to win. His putt will be from about 4 feet. It's fairly easy, straight in. Montgomerie had a disastrous 42 on the front 9 and has never recovered. Well done. So as we move to the par 3, 16th hole, 228 yards, it's still Loren Roberts by 1, Ernie Els at 1 stroke behind, and Colin Montgomerie basically out of it. It's a 2-person race for this United States Open Championship. This hole has not been kind to Ernie Els over the past 4 days with 3 bogeys and a 1 birdie on the opening day. Montgomerie has had 3 pars and a bogey, while Loren has had a birdie, a par, and 2 bogeys. As you can see the playoff comparison thus far, and it quickly tells you how poorly they've all played today in terms of hitting the greens. Roberts has done much better in the fairways. Loren Roberts +3, Ernie Els +4, Colin Montgomerie +7. And interestingly, Roberts is on his way toward maybe a dubious record. Payne Stewart won in 1991, shooting a 75 in 1990. Hale Irwin shot a 74, and of course that one went to 19 holes. That's Colin Montgomerie with his drive here off of the 228-yard par 16. Used a 3-iron. This is certainly not the type of day that Colin Montgomerie had in mind, and most people felt going in that he was playing the best. We do have 3 players with very limited major championship experience, so it's not unexpected what has happened today. Roberts with what looks to be a 3-iron. Cut. That's going to catch the edge of the green about 30 feet from the hole. Notice that ball roll. 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 Roll faster. And believe it or not, it's off the edge. Roberts cannot be too happy with the situation he's been placed in there. And now Ernie Els with a terrific opportunity. He has not played this hole very well the last 3 rounds. It's been Mr. Bogey. Aha. A beautiful shot. pressure will be on Loren Roberts to maintain this one-stroke lead here at the 16th hole. Here's the aerial view. As you can see, rather open area there in front of the green. It didn't cause people problems. Sloping back toward the fairway, neatly tucked in among the pines. And here's Larry Nelson in 1983 on that fateful Monday morning when he won his national championship. Putting the ball 66 feet from the hole. And then lining it up. And in the hole it'll go. Reached the critical point in this three-man playoff for the U.S. Open Championship. What started out as a crowd of about 5,000 to 6,000 has now grown to in the neighborhood of 10,000 to 11,000. Terrific, well-mannered crowds here at Oaklawn. Temperatures approaching 90 degrees, slightly cooler than the past week when temperatures have hovered in the high 90s and near 100.
I think that Mark's microphone fading just a bit, but we can pick up on that point, Peter, that it's much tougher now that he's rolled back off the green.
Well, now it's interesting he's got the flag stick being held. He's off the green, he could leave it. Now this is probably to give him a line or give him a feeling of distance. Most people either have the flag in or held or away, and he's obviously put his caddy there for a purpose. They've got a little scheme worked out. Maybe aiming at the caddy's feet, he may be aiming, thinking, well, I'll just putt up towards him and hope for the best, but he's definitely off the green. And as Mark was saying, he's got to go up over the ridge and down. 2 putts from here, or 2 shots from here would be a little bonus, a big bonus. Must be aiming way left. Not bad, but that's a very missable one.
Frank Hannigan, I think you can explain further the use of the caddy there by Loren.
Well, there is a sort of a rules of golf implication. Once the caddy attends the flag stick, he's got to pull it out. If you hit the flag stick after it was attended, it's a 2-stroke penalty. If the caddy had just left it in, and then there would be no penalty for hitting the flag stick. But I think as Peter showed, somehow he feels that there's a visual aid by having the caddy stand there from that distance. I'm not sure I understand it, but that's the scheme.
Now Montgomery's second shot.
He's going to have to chip the ball here.
That's the best chip shot he's played by a distance all day today. first time he's got the pace of the green, the pace of the shot correct.
Now Ernie Els. It's an opportunity here to birdie this hole.
Should be a pretty good opportunity, too, because his ball is on the same exact line as the one Warren Robertson putted just a moment ago. He saw it swing sharply to the right. Ernie really has putted magnificently today if you think back on all the par putts he has saved. He has rolled it nicely.
Yeah, having struck only 5 fairways, and really the putter's kept him alive, hasn't it? His cameras are poised, expecting reaction. This could make the front page in Johannesburg if he can make it.
It wasn't one of his best efforts.
Well, that one is not stone dead, as you would say.
It's not,
Peter.
indeed. I mean, you see so many chances and possibilities and permutations. I mean, if that had gone in and Roberts had missed, 2-shot swing, you know, there's so much can happen. Roberts can hold, they can both hold, they can both miss, one can hold, one can miss. And it is a match play situation now between these two. Unless Montgomery does something quite extraordinary, he is out of it.
Roberts has about 4 feet here now. Slow putt up the hill.
Which is where the nerves take over.
It's the kind of putt you like, though, when you're a little bit nervous. I would think it's a right-to-left putt.
It's a good 4-footer, too. He's
taking a deep breath. He said nerves got to him just a little bit on the 18th yesterday.
Well, he swings the putter so slowly.
No. Dropped one.
Oh, what a moment for Els.
Not waving as briskly that flag as they'd hoped prior to that putt.
This to tie with 2 holes left. Just inside the right edge, not too fast.
Back deadlocked again. He is back again, time after time. Ernie Els. Montgomery still has par putt remaining. And now a very intriguing 17th up ahead. That short par 4, that inviting target, a long hitter like Ernie Els can assault it from an angle. And Peter, let's give everyone a closer look at the delicate 17th.
Yes. It's drivable. We've seen it driven several times this week. See, it turns around to the left a little bit. You've got trees up the left-hand side. It's well bunkered. There's a narrow entrance to the green. You've got to be a little fortunate just to land it in the right place. Els has the power to reach the green if the wind conditions are allowing him to do so today. He's got the honour. The big thing here. What does he do? Does he is he the big boy? And now this was Thursday. Fred Couples. Fred, who'd been looking as if he'd been his back was troubling him. He really cut loose here, and watch where it lands. Lands right in the entrance of the green and runs up through the game in front. I think they were aware that Fred was there and just let him smack one up onto the green. That was a fine drive from Fred Couples, playing there with Fuzzy Zoeller. And now he had this putt for an eagle 2 on this par 4. And here she goes. It went, never looked anywhere else. So you see what can happen. Els, as I say, has the honour. Does he take an iron? Does he strike his blow first, safely up the fairway? Or does he have a go for it? This was yesterday.
This was one of the very important moments late yesterday.
Well, he
Way
cut.
left.
Pulled it
into
up
the
the left.
trees.
Yeah, well, he went through the trees and up behind the stand, the bleachers there, up in that corner there where the spectators are. And he was fortunate to be able to drop the ball out.
Now, Frank, this is the drop zone.
Yeah, the local rules for this competition made him a very fortunate young man because he not only got line of sight relief, he was able to use a ball drop that A, gave him a perfect line to the hole, and B, was nearer the hole than the ball was when it was knocked behind the grandstand. But those were the conditions. It wasn't a mistake. Those are just the conditions when you put in grandstands and concession stands, all that kind of thing.
There's the flag position today.
This is a very generous flag placement here today. It's right in the middle of the green. What about Montgomery now? He's 3 behind. Is he going to take a shot at it?
Oh, I think he must have. Oh. Too late for safety now. Interesting play there from Montgomery, who's had a miserable day. He obviously didn't feel that he could gain any great advantage by taking a driver with his. He hits the ball usually fairly low, Colin, and moves it left to right.
Actually, the wind has turned around since they started play today. The wind is at the player's back. It's hardly blowing at all, but up here on the green, you know, it's maybe blowing 1 or 2 miles an hour, but it is behind the players. It's not going to hurt any ball up in the air.
In fact, I thought Els would have the honour, but of course Montgomery took the honour with the 2 way back on the 13th. Now, is that the winning drive?
Nope.
Not bad. He certainly got the distance.
But I'll tell you, that's not a very easy shot. I think he'd be better off in the right-hand bunker than where he is.
He's going to have a tough angle, Ross.
He sure is, Mark.
It's sitting way down in the grass. In fact, the tee shot almost hit me. I'm standing up here left of the green. It's not going to be a very easy shot.
So now with the iron, Roberts will work his way down into the middle. There you have it. So isn't it, as Peter Allis would say, such a very interesting game?
Shot of about 65 or 70 yards. Hit a long iron. I think Colin could have gotten there with a good drive. I think I would have had to shoot at it if I was.
Well done. Now on tape, and I believe you had a sneak preview.
At 696.
Here is Lauren Roberts' second shot.
It's from 95 yards.
Oh, be as good as you look, baby.
But unlucky there. One hop forward and that could have been the winning shot. Two of them level, 4 over par. It's this hole in the 18th remaining. Els almost level with the flag in heavy rough, and the rough is against him, so he'll be pitching into the grass, which usually means you must give it a little bit more effort than you would normally. It looks fairly straight away. The ball will go left to right. If he gets it as close as Lauren Roberts, he'll be doing very well. But he might try and be too fancy and pull it, fluff it. Firm grip on the club and keep the blade going through on the line he wants the ball to take. similar to the putt he had yesterday after having the drop away from the bleachers. It's from that side of the hole. The flags have been all recut for today's play. I fancy it's a little bit further away than the impression we get from our television sets. There's a high view of this 17th green. Lauren Robertson will be to putt.
He really needs to sort of get back on track with the putter. Lauren Roberts, normally one of the best putters in the entire world, and he did not look comfortable at all back there at 16. Certainly in a match play situation like the one we have right here between Roberts and Els, you'd like to putt first.
Particularly if you hole it. But he swings the putter so slowly. We've seen some great putters swing the club very slowly. Ben Crenshaw immediately comes to mind, and equally good putters with a quick rhythm. What a moment for him. Tied for the US Open. That's all of 16, 18 feet.
And yes, Lauren Roberts birdies 17. Up one at the moment.
What a moment to hold a putt. Oh.
Ernie Els' 7-footer now looks more like 14 feet to him, probably.
The hole the size of an egg cup.
It's actually a little bit of a confusing hole location for Ernie right now, because the green generally at the back of the green slopes toward the front.
The crowd is roaring at 18. They have just posted Roberts' birdie up here, so they are now aware of the situation with regard to Lauren Roberts. Some of them are probably buzzing, thinking that they might be headed on over to the tee, and surely they will be here in moments, unaware that right now Ernie Els can tie their hero. Flags will be waving this week at the World Cup soccer match between the United States and Colombia. Huge Wednesday night. Now Ernie Els, this for birdie on the par 4.
I think he needs to put it right on the right edge.
A clutch birdie.
How about that?
And suddenly the kind of golf that we were expecting all day.
Suddenly it's all come alive, and that really was a very, there's different forms of bravery. That was, I can't think of a better word. After Roberts had held his putt, oh, and the groans now. Spectators round, the home supporters see that still tied, one hole to go.
Scoreboard watching. Montgomery Ballpark is in the pennant races. Montgomery will try to make it 3 birdies by the trio.
The nearest player misses out.
And now over to this wonderful finishing hole here at Oakmont, the par 4 18th, which presents so many great challenges to the two fellas here, Peter.
Well, if ever, both of them obviously want to hit the fairway. It'll be Ernie Els to play before Lauren Roberts. In fact, it'll be Ernie's honour. And now this is what he's got to do. He's got to try and find that fairway. Now, will he take a driver? Got into trouble yesterday, way on the left on the 15th tee.
Now here is the moment when Ernie Els said he did not look over the scoreboard, but notice that Lauren Roberts' name is down, you see? And you really had to stare at it for just a few moments to find out that he had bogeyed 18 on up ahead. But Els said, he admitted to the media afterwards, that had he known that Roberts was at 5, that he would have used the iron off the tee here at 18 and gone on about his business. As it was, he used the driver, Peter had told you, hooked it over toward the 15th tee. And now we come down to a U.S. Open Championship tied at the 18th.
The driver out again.
Now would be a good time for him to hit a straight one, Bob.
It would be a sensational time, Peter. And he has killed it right down the middle of the fairway.
He has not backed away.
I think he's finished in a divot hole again. I do believe he's finished it. He certainly went into a depression of some sort.
Very close, and there's
Very
that
close.
divot.
Could be. I think he's right on the edge of it. That's cruel. Don't think it'll affect him though if he forgets about that. If he just gets on with the striking up to the green. The flag 25 paces on the green. Now Roberts. Uh-oh.
Bad bounce there. And into the rough.
Only maybe 2 feet off the short rough, but punishing. Punishing. Now Montgomery. He's in a mixed bag on this hole.
Back on the 18th hole, Lauren Roberts, his tee shot into the rough. Ernie Els flirting with another divot here, just like yesterday when he pitched it back onto the fairway from his difficulty off the tee. And this was his spot yesterday. You can see right on top of the sand. Tried to blast it off, tried to play it like it was a sand shot, left it down underneath the green, took 2 shots to get in for the bogey, and that dropped him into a tie. Now today, the lie appears to be a little better.
Very close though, wasn't it, to being another one exactly the same. That would have been a cruel stroke of luck if it had finished on that sandy divot again, but it's okay. He should eliminate thoughts about it being a sandy sort of shot. When he hits the ball, it should come out nice and neatly.
Montgomery.
Montgomery from 190 yards out of the light rough. Just kind of trying to get out of the way, Peter.
Yes, it's not been a good day for him.
But he will receive a check in excess of $141,000. Second and third split because of our playoff. The winner gets $320,000.
One of them days at the office.
Lauren Roberts is 185, and not really too bad a lie. It's a tough lie, but I've seen a lot worse. I think he'll be able to get enough club on the ball to get it back.
Think he can chase it up onto the green from there, Bob?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that one's got to jump. Yeah. Well, of course, if he does get enough club on the ball and he lands it correctly, in the bunker on the green, he could chase it up and could end up getting quite close. And again, this is the luck of the draw. In the rough, hit it as hard as they can, try and keep the head steady, get it on line, don't put it into more trouble, and hope it goes somewhere near.
Club turned over.
Yeah. I think it would have scuttled up on the green if it had been straight or very close to it.
Ernie Els has driven it within 150 yards of the hole. Just a tremendous drive.
How far ahead of them was he? Or is
Well, he's 35 yards ahead,
35,
ahead of Roberts.
That's a big advantage.
He may play a 9-iron from here.
But he doesn't want to go through the green,
He
does he?
sure don't want to go through the green. That's absolutely right.
Yeah. Just want to get the pitching in, yeah. Same spot with I think that's 25.
Yeah, but the very worst, a 4 would get him
29?
into a sudden death playoff here. There's no need to gamble on that flagstick. We've seen Hale Irwin and some of the fellows experience a terrible fate on this 18 with the ball bouncing into that rough above it, and then it becomes virtually impossible. What Els wants to do here is stay underneath it.
Get out.
Well, he's safely on the green.
24 years old. And for the last 24 hours, it's been a struggle. And now the young man could break through. He never, ever even considered quitting. He wandered all over Oakmont today. The crowd charging out behind the green there. They'll need to have openings for the caddies and the 3 competitors who battled their way here today, and now they arrive. We saw Arnold Palmer exit from the stage here, and now we see Ernie Els enter.
Warren Roberts has what appears to be a pretty good lie over here, considering the situation. It's very much an uphill lie. The grass is definitely not as thick over here on the left-hand side as it is on the right.
So in theory, Mark, the ball should come out very high, and if he lands it up by the flag, in theory, it shouldn't run too far, but he could easily leave it short if he pops it up too much, eh?
I think he definitely has to figure, too, that Ernie Els is not going to make a 3. Ernie Els has a very difficult 2-putt.
Perhaps he's not quite so much on the upslope as we thought, but I think obviously this ball's going to go up in the air. It's not a little running shot. From his practice swing, that looks as if what he's going to do, throw it up. That's pretty good, but 12, 14 feet short. Montgomery from the back of the green, lightning fast.
He's going to go ahead and play. Ernie Els is actually away, but as Rossi said, I think Colin wants to just get out of the way.
What a way to finish. .36 home, 42.78.
Sunday, Ernie Els' putting hadn't been his strong suit. He was, what, about 24th or 25th on his stats. He's putting quite beautifully today.
Problem here is going to be the speed. The putt is definitely breaking to the right. Goes down the hill at first and then up and over the plateau. Anything within 3 feet here would be very good.
This for the Open Championship. We've seen longer putts hold. Same sort of putt as he had yesterday for a 5.
That is the same exact putt Loren Roberts had yesterday.
Roberts held a wonderful putt on the previous green, the 17th. Because if they both hole or both miss, they'll walk 30 or 40 yards to the 10th tee and it'll be sudden death.
No worse than a playoff and maybe the U.S. Open champion.
Only 36, 38 out, 74. Two great putts on the last two greens. Great stuff.
They're dashing towards the 10th, where a sudden death playoff would commence on that very difficult, tumbling downhill par 4. But first things first. The sudden death commence.
Els also home in 36, 38, 74. Still, Colin Montgomery has to putt out. So Colin will leave the scene after an unhappy morning's golf for him. Just after the first hole, never got going at all. It's sudden death time.
And now, at the 10th tee, for only the second time, the U.S. Open playoff has gone to sudden death. Back in 1990 at Mighty Medina, outside Chicago, Hale Irwin beat Mike Donald. He birdied the first hole of sudden death, Peter.
Yep. Now, do you think this is fair, or do you think they should go for another 18?
Well, I'd go for another 18.
Of course you would. You're a traditionalist.
Tell you that 18 right there seemed like 36 to me.
And you're a young man.
The two players drew for the honor here. Loren Roberts drew first, and he got number 1, so he'll have the honor.
Well, this is the hardest, it's quite fitting, I suppose. This is one of the hardest holes in championship golf. Here it is, downhill, 458 yards. Desperately important to find the fairway. Unless, of course, both of you missed the fairway and both of you have it in 6. I mean, there are so many permutations that it just intrigues me to sit and watch and wonder at the skill. Some of the mistakes, elementary, and ones that occur through really no fault of the player, a bad bounce here, a bit of unluck there. Now, Lauren Roberts, here he goes.
Now,
Sudden death.
Both bogeyed the hole earlier. Roberts got it off to the right with his second shot, short of the green.
Playing the same tee shot as before, 3-wood. Boy, what a drive on the first hole of sudden death in the United States Open. Great shot.
I think he came pretty close to putting it in the divot he had earlier, Mark.
Ernie Els has got the iron now.
Ernie Els in trouble off this tee with the driver earlier.
Yeah, push it into the trouble on the right.
Good looking shot here.
Second shot, Ernie Els.
Stick.
Go.
Good. Go.
Bouncing, rolling in. Closer, closer. Magnificent shot by Els. Looks to be about 8 feet from the hole. And now the pressure really mounts on Lauren Roberts.
It's give me that I covered.
Looks to be either an 8 or 9 iron.
Good bounce, baby.
Coming in nice and high. Bouncing by the hole. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Off the edge of the green. Advantage Els. It's decision time for Roberts here. Bump and run shot for Roberts. Clearly Els in the better position coming off the drives. Not very good. 7-8 feet away from the hole. If Ernie Els doesn't knock this in, he'll really put the pressure on if he gets it within tap-in distance. That will not be an easy putt for Lauren Roberts. Just imagine the pressure. 24 years old, with a chance to become the 3rd youngest player ever to win this great championship. This putt for the win. Tap in for Els. Now all the pressure on the shoulders of Loren Roberts. If he makes this putt, it's on to the 11th. If he misses, there's the champion. Can Loren Roberts possibly make it 3 clutch putts in a row? In the hole, and it's on to the second sudden death playoff hole. Loren Roberts and Ernie Els. No, no, no. Wait.
Roberts flirted with an early end back on the 10th, but Els could not put him away, and so now Ernie Els, who hit a wonderful tee shot on the 10th after his monster drive on 18, seems to have suddenly regained his form off the tee. The younger man, stamina, ability to hold up now. Been a remarkable journey for him.
Good ball, Ernie, you man!
And suddenly he's finding every fairway.
Yeah, that's good. It's really down in there.
Marching off into the rough, Loren Roberts with an errant tee shot. See what he can do with it.
Okay, we got 119 at the front. Left there. Let's see, 19. Then it's back 26.
What do I got to get over this ball?
125.
You heard it all.
20 past that.
125 over the bunker. 46 to the hole.
Like laying it up left, trying to pitch it up there?
Very questionable lie.
I think we got just as good a chance at,
Yeah.
you know,
Get out
that
of the
bunker,
bunker.
even if we didn't get it there. I think they should get up there all right.
Okay. No, I didn't get up.
And it did not get up.
It's in the front of the bunker. The problem is it's sitting on the upslope, and on an uphill, long bunker shot, being on an upslope is the worst spot you can be.
Ernie Els has 140. Perfect angle. What a weight.
Can I have this one?
152. 12 yards long.
For the second day in a row, Ernie Els faces a shot that could win him the U.S. Open Championship. Yesterday it was a tee shot. He hooked it left. Today it's his second, the 11th fairway. South African. Great position up on that green. Now we want to go back and review
the 10th, as Els served notice there with his second shot that he had suddenly regained the form that had eluded him, and somehow he had hung in, taken a lot of blows earlier, but never been knocked out. Watch this great shot.
Be there. Stick.
Go.
Good. Go.
Perfect, right there. Then following that, it was Loren Roberts. For Roberts, he simply was not lucky.
Good bounce, baby.
Ernie Els could not make the birdie putt there. Settling for a par, Loren Roberts battled back. He salvaged his with this putt. And they have battled on to the 11th now, and we're back live.
This is a bunker shot of some 85 or 90 feet. Extremely difficult to get the ball back to the hole from this kind of hole.
Strange when he hit the ball, as if he'd almost as if he'd hit into gravel. Extraordinary shot. As Mark was saying, a very difficult shot, so easy to go in too deep, but the ball just went way out to the right. It almost looked as if he decelerated as he got to the ball, afraid perhaps of going too far. Still a long way away. Els with about 18 feet, maybe a bit more than that, from the hole in 2. So 3 wonderful putts in a row, this fellow. He's now playing 4. Long way away. Remember that Gary Player from South Africa, one of the world's greatest players, won this championship. If Els were to do it and match that, that would be something. And of course, Bobby Locke, who came and played here many times just after World War II. He never won the championship, but he had a wonderful record in the few years that he came and played on the US circuit. And Els, a big, deep sigh there. Ooh. He will, if he wins, join a very illustrious band of very good players produced on the courses of South Africa. Hard to keep cool. Not far away. Just when you think it's all over, it ain't. I thought that was it. Just the pace killed it, I fancy.
Ernie Els, 2 putts for a U.S. Open championship. Looked like it was right in. Oh, it spun away at the last instant on Loren.
Well, it was a wonderful putt. Wonderful putt.
David Graham, the last foreign born, that in 1981. And here was a young man who grew up a wonderful all-around athlete down in South Africa. Those who knew him and watched him as a youngster insist that he could have been a world-class tennis player. He was also an outstanding rugby player, dabbled in cricket, but settled in on golf, said it suited his personality. And he has brought all of this raw power, and what we have noticed over the last day has been his ability to hang tough just when his game seemed to have abandoned him. Somehow, he gutted this one out and got himself to this position. If you had watched him over the last 24 holes, you would see no indication of a U.S. Open champion, yet the man hung in. And now he can join some real huge names, history of golf. But instead, he ran it a little bit too far past.
I'm sure all he was trying to do was to putt, but it just speeded up on him, and it's...
Mighty old Oakmont says, not quite that easy. And what a great defense this course has put up here this weekend, eh?
Certainly has.
U.S. Open Championship. Ernie Els is the new champion. The two men who played together the final round at Augusta on Masters Sunday do it here for 18 holes and then 2 of sudden death. That sums it up. Great tournament for Loren Roberts. And we'll hear from our new champion.
Yeah, I putted really good all week, and today my putter let me down a little bit until the last few holes, but I gave it all I had.
Well, he made a lot of them, and as you said, that's what it takes to win.
You just have to make them when it counts, and he did, and that's why he won.
We're all very proud of you. It was a super week.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ernie Els, you are the United States Open champion.
What can I say, man? It's just a dream come true for me today. I started off badly, and I just tried to hang in there. We never played any great golf out there today, you know, because we were all kind of nervous. But you know, I just got to thank God for helping me pull it through today. I mean, I don't know what can I say. I mean, my caddy Ricky, we worked hard for this. All the people that was involved with my golf game. David Ledbetter, my manager Sam, my parents. It's just a dream come true. I mean, you know, my father, my mom, and everybody is in South Africa. I hope they're watching this. And this is really, really wonderful.
What in the world was going through your mind when you got to the third tee? You bogeyed the first hole, you made triple bogey at number 2.
I don't know. You know, as I say, I guess I was kind of nervous. I bogeyed the first hole. I hit a decent tee shot off number 2. I had 130-something yards, and I took a wedge, and the ball just flew like straight over the green. I couldn't believe it. It ended up in the bush there, and I mean, I couldn't ask for a worse start, and I wanted to have a good start. And then, but I think after I made birdie on number 3, it really settled me down a little bit, and I started playing some golf. And then you know, the back nine was tough again, but I just tried to hang in there.
How will winning the U.S. Open change the life of Ernie Els?
Well, I don't know yet. Hopefully not too much. I'm happy the way it's going now, and you know, I've always wanted to win a major, and it's come pretty quick for me. I'm 24 years old, so people just got to be patient with me. I think after this tournament, you know, I've got a long stretch ahead of me, and I'm just not going to try and put too much pressure on me, but I'm really going to enjoy this.
Congratulations on a fantastic victory.
Thank you.
Back to you, Brent.
Thank you, Mark. Congratulations to Ernie Els. And for the first time in history, a foreign-born player has captured the Masters and now the U.S. Open the same year. Down in Augusta, it was Jose Maria Olazabal. And here this afternoon, after an 18-hole playoff, the second hole of sudden death, 24-year-old Ernie Els of South Africa captured his first major championship.